In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance, not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Remember when, like, if you watched wrestling growing up, remember when they would put the entrance music up for, like, your favorite wrestler, but the wrestler would take forever to come out, and you were wondering, is something wrong? I like to kayfabe that a little bit once in a while. Welcome. I'm having another one of those mornings where everything just floods right away. I stayed at SP's last night, and I'm driving home. I feel fine. You know, I feel good. I'm thinking about the show. A lot of stuff to talk about. Mud Shark Mania, gay ops, shit like that. Lots of clips and stories to cover today. And I sit down here. I get the show ready. The streams are set up. And it's literally just before the show starts. Maybe it's because I haven't spoken in like 45 minutes, but sinuses, head, everything just starts flooding right off top. So I apologize for any sniffles. Welcome to the program. It is Thursday. It is a Vikings game day. I did think the jersey would be a little egregious today, so I didn't do full-on Vikings garb. But I went hat. I paid tribute to my squad. A lot of people hate this shirt. My golf polos are now becoming like this show's version of the ugly sweater. And we can have fun with it. Some people love this shirt. I'm just kidding. Nobody loves this shirt. Everybody thinks it's gay and that it sucks. Welcome to the show. Excited to have you guys. We're going to go hang out with you for a second in the chat. Thank you very much for your contributions. It's been a perfect week thus far, and I hope we keep that up today. Regardless of the Vikings being on Thursday Night Football tonight, we will have a show tomorrow. I promise you that much. I promise you two things. We're going to have a show tomorrow, and that 5-1 will be changed to a 6-1 by tomorrow morning. Now, don't come in here tomorrow morning and say, Aaron, you know, if the Vikings don't pull it off, don't come in here and say, Aaron guaranteed a victory. Aaron said they'd win. That's not what I said. I said I promised that would say 6-1 by the time the show started tomorrow. Now, I hope it says 6-1 and it's because we won the game. That would be great. If we're doing it because that's 2 losses in a row and I'm lying to myself to keep myself, you know, in the game, so to speak, it's totally different outcome. But welcome to the show. We've got a lot of things to talk about today. We have a Mia Khalifa clip. Unfortunately, it's not the kind you'd really want to give a shit about. You talk about someone, you know, Mia Khalifa is kind of that poster child for one of these women who gets famous for getting their brains fucked out. She's like the opposite of Lisa Ann. Mia Khalifa gets her brains fucked out and becomes famous for it. then like totally disavows that and talks about how shitty it is, but doesn't acknowledge that it's the only reason anyone notices her in anything else she does. I find her gross. Whereas Lisa Ann like does all this stuff with fantasy football now, and she's like, actually like a big personality in that fantasy football world, and she acknowledges, yeah, I'm famous because of my tits and my pussy and my ass. Like that's it afforded me this opportunity. Like there's people who are comfortable with what they did, and they're like, yeah, that was a part of my life, and I did that, and now it's afforded me all these other opportunities. It's kind of a healthy way to look at a remarkably unhealthy profession. Whereas I feel like if you're Mia Khalifa and you're just denying, you know, moving the goalposts, I feel like you never fully move on from that experience. Like if you can't just admit what you did, you know, move on from it, whatever, you can't fully exercise that demon, if you will. Whereas Lisa Ann is like, yeah, I did that. I do this now. It's okay. Natural progression. But Mia Khalifa now has gone from blowing 3 dudes at a time to now hoping military members get PTSD. Interesting career path. I mean, it's who doesn't watch Mia Khalifa for her commentary? I ask you. Then we've got that Democratic Senate candidate. That Democratic Senate candidate who tried to show that, hey, he's a gun guy. He's a gun. Oh, man, us Democrats, we don't hate guns. In fact, I'm going to have a whole political campaign event, and it's going to be about guns. It didn't go well. We've also got MSNBC talking to black voters. They sent the Asian lady to talk to black voters. She did not like what she was hearing out of the black voters. This election, now here's the deal. This election's starting to get away from Kamala Harris, but there's enough time left yet. Nothing surprises me. We could have another flip. There's a reason they call it the October surprise. The only thing about Trump is he's not really susceptible to the October surprise because nothing really shocks anybody about Donald Trump. You know, there's not much that could come out about Trump where you'd go, well, that's it. He's immoral, and I just, in good conscience, cannot vote for him. I will not be seen associating with Donald Trump. Like you know what you're in for now with Donald. So I don't know what October surprise there could be. Like what, he's actually a really swell guy? I don't know. He gave a shitload of money last week to Planned Parenthood. I really don't know what could sink him at this point. Kamala Harris can be sunk. Just have her do an interview. I mean, there's a lot more risk involved with putting her out in public. I think tomorrow is the day that Joe Rogan and Donald Trump do their thing. They've got their podcast that they're cutting tomorrow, and God knows when that'll be released. It would be funny if Joe did an interview with both of them and released them after the election. That would be fun. Because Joe's the guy who's always said, I don't want to have any of these people on my show because I don't want to unfairly influence the election. Well, you know, Joe having anyone on his show is going to I wouldn't say unfairly. He says unfairly. But it's going to influence anything. I mean, you come on Joe Rogan's show and you got a book. It's going to blow up your book sales. That's influencing it. I did see yesterday he posted an episode with Luke Bryan. I wanted to watch that. And then I'm reminded why I don't watch full episodes of Joe Rogan. Like the first 20 minutes is just Joe talking to Luke Bryan about how nice Luke was to his kids when they went to watch his concert in Las Vegas. And I'm like, I'm good. You know, because Luke Bryan, you can say what you want about his music. He's led a very interesting life. Tragic, too. I believe one of his kids, I don't remember how one of his kids died, but he's lost a child. I mean, that's a heart-wrenching story. His rise up to country music and then his kind of style change and then coming back a little bit. It's, you know, because like Luke Bryan was this close to being like rap country for a little bit. You were like, Jesus fucking Christ, what is he doing? He went from drinking beer and wasting bullets to that's my kind of night and just kind of a gay club country guy. And now in the last couple of years, he's back to like red Georgia Clay and a pickup truck. So it's like there was, I want to establish myself as a country guy, Luke Bryan. Then there was gay party Luke Bryan, and that made him $90 million or whatever. And then he went, okay, now I can go do country shit again. which has made me change my mind on Luke Bryan. I used to hate him because I loved his first album or two, and then he went and started just doing this gay shit. And then he came back to it, and I'm like, you know what? There's something about utilitarian selling out that I appreciate. In a weird way, I appreciate someone who can sell out until they make the money and then they come back. It's a weird kind of selling out that I'm oddly for. But yeah, Rogan had him on, and I'm reminded why I can't listen to a whole Rogan episode. It's just boring, monotonous party conversation to get to a nugget, if you will. We've got a great show coming up. We've got lots of stuff to talk about. Ooh, some polls came out yesterday. Those general election polls are they're tightening up, boy. You got Forbes doing a poll where Trump is up 1, Trump is up 2, Trump is up 2. I don't get that part. Like, you've got all 4 polls are from Forbes. Here, take a look at what I'm seeing. All 4 polls are from Forbes, yet all 4 of them, well, 3 of the 4 have different results. Trump plus 1, even, Trump plus 2, Trump plus 2. I can understand how Tip Insights got a different result than Harris X or Forbes or YouGov, but I don't understand how the same poll can come up with different answers. So you got Trump plus 1, even, Trump plus 2, Trump plus 2, then Harris plus 2, Harris plus 3, Harris plus 2. So it's snugging up, to say the least. And then you got some Trump plus 2s and you got some Harris plus 2s. So the average is looking about even. And honestly, if the popular vote is even, that probably means Kamala's fucked. Because the whole thing with Trump is he always, in these mock-ups, he wins the Electoral College, he loses the popular vote. So if the popular vote is even, I think Kamala's fucked. Let's go to Small Town MN Gal says, good morning. I had surgery yesterday, so please don't make me laugh today. Thanks. And Roots Calhoun, fucking Johnny on the spot, goes, has Aaron ever made you laugh? Fucking dick. I love Roots. Fucking asshole. By the way, that's how a lot of guys can sum up a lot of their casual friendships. Not that Roots and I are friends, we don't know each other. But a lot of guys can sum up their casual friendships by going, Jason? Yeah, I fucking love Jason. Guy's a fucking dick. It's women are genuinely confused at the friendships of males where they're like, that guy's a fucking piece of shit. And she's like, oh, you don't like him anymore? No, love him. He's the man. I love him. Yeah, but you said he's a piece of shit. Yeah, total piece of shit. Guys can be damn near best friends with a guy that they wouldn't follow into the front door of their own home. You'll hear guys go, oh, man, I love that guy. He's great. Oh, yeah, you'd be like, I wouldn't leave my wallet in my back pocket around him. You say, I wouldn't loan him any money, but I fucking love that guy. Women don't understand that. They're like, well, if you wouldn't engage in a transaction like that with a guy, why would you be friends with him? He's fucking, he's Brett, he's Brett. He's a piece of shit, but there's something about a guy, if I can see you, if I can know what you are, and you can't really sneak up on me, I'm willing to forgive a lot. But Buster says, well, at least we know Cheese didn't break in and chop you to pieces, then feed you to Gordy. Right? That Cheese thing yesterday was fucking weird, bro. I was talking to SP about that on my way to her house last night. And I asked her, I go, that cheese thing was weird, right? She said, yeah, it's fucking weird, the cheese thing. So cheeseburger pie, people were writing in and texting and sending me a bunch of stuff on cheeseburger pie, who's been a fan since the radio days. And Cheese has been getting drunk and going on people's live streams and going into their Discords and just I'm not even going to say necessarily talking shit about me, just talking about me. And that's his whole thing. He's like, dude, I'm not talking shit about you. And I'm like, I know, but you're your whole existence is talking about me. It doesn't make me mad. It's not something I think about. But if it's brought up to me, my reaction is always not I hate cheese, I don't like cheese. My reaction is simply this. It's weird. it's strange. It's an odd thing to be. It's an odd way to behave. So Cheese apparently has been dropping his children off at their babysitter, daycare, whatever. He basically almost admitted that somebody runs an illegal daycare, and then almost admitted that TV's Will Heron recorded him without his knowledge, which I'm sure Will didn't do. But Cheese admitted that he'll drop his children off and then he'll come and watch my house. Like, and I heard about this from people, and I'm like, I'm going to confront Cheese on this. I'm going to talk to Cheese on the show about this because this will be interesting. And Cheese will backpedal and go, no, come on, people are being retarded. I don't do that. That's not what I do. I call him about it yesterday. We talk about it on the show, and he goes, yeah, no. Like, because I'm like, Cheese, you come to my neighborhood and you watch me? You watch my house? And he's like, no. I'm like, okay, good. We're going to get clarification. He goes, no, you see, I drop my kids off at their daycare, and then I want to smoke a cigarette, and I look at your house. I'm like, yeah, Cheese, that's coming into my neighborhood and looking at my house. Like, Cheese was of the opinion that if he did two things in between, that's not what he did. So wait a minute, you just broke into my house and ate all my spaghetti and meatballs? No. I came into your house and I Windexed some of the windows, and then I ate your spaghetti and meatballs. It's like, yeah, so you came into my house and you ate my spaghetti. And he's like, well, but you forgot about the windows thing. Yeah, I don't care. Windows thing, they look great, thanks. But, and excuse me for the phlegminess. Again, I'm filling up this morning, and I apologize for that. But then I confront him on that, and then people are like, well, you know, he also claims that he watches you when you pick up your children. And I'm like, geez, what are you doing staring at me in public? Like, what are you doing just like a private investigator? They said he stands across the street and just looks at me and watches me. And I'm like, geez, he's like, well, I noticed your car. I'm like, I notice a lot of people's car. I'm about driving around town. I'll see my neighbor's car. You know what I do? I wave to my neighbor, or I do fucking nothing because I know I'll see him some other time. And she's just like, well, what am I supposed to do? I notice your car. I don't know, not like follow me around and stare at me while I'm with my family. That would be cool, Cheese. So Cheese calls in, and I ask Cheese, I'm like, hey, could you do me a favor, buddy? Because Cheese has been a fan since the radio days. I said, could you stop watching me in public? I said, it's not like a safety thing. It's not anything like that. It's just for two reasons. One, I'd feel better. And number two, I don't think he understands that going to people publicly and telling them that he watches me and takes pictures and all this other stuff, I don't think he understands that that's not a good look for him. That's not a good cheeseburger pie. People aren't on the internet, and this is why you should, you know, if you're a listener and it's not profitable, don't get involved. Because now, like, Cheese is a buffoon to people. Because Cheese goes, yeah, I watch Aaron. And, like, people will listen to him because they're like, I don't want to shut this guy up. I don't want to stop him because he's, like, throwing us gold here. But they are judging him and going, this guy's a fucking weirdo. So it's not a good look for him. Not that I necessarily care about that part. But I asked him on the show last night, I said, hey, Cheese, can you do me a favor? Just yes or no right now. Are you going to keep following me around public and watching me? And he couldn't give me a straight answer. The man could not give me a straight answer. Because if someone confronts you publicly and goes, hey, could you stop staring at me in public, please? 99% of people go, oh my God, I'm so sorry. My fault. I got carried away. I will stop. Cheese is sitting there like justifying. And he's like, well, I'm at Quick Trip and I have a burrito. Well, then go to Quick Trip and eat your burrito. Eat your Quick Trip burrito. You don't need to touch your other burrito watching me from across the street picking up my kids. We don't need to be, because that's creepy, you know, NLO-esque shit. You know, that's just, it makes you a weird guy. You gotta, and then I get a text from somebody who says, oh, and by the way, Cheese has been taking pictures of your driveway and sending them to people on Discord. And I'm just like, geez, you don't, like, quit being a fucking weirdo, buddy. Like, just stop being weird. Stop being strange. He's taking pictures of your driveway and sending it to people. Like, he took a picture of a service truck one time and goes, "Who's this?" And people are like, "It's a fucking service truck." Like, what? It happens, motherfucker. So we had a fun time with Cheese last night. Actually, the whole evening show was a great time. Unfortunately, last night's evening show had to be taken off YouTube. It's still up on Rumble. It's still up on Facebook, on the Steel Toe Morning Show Facebook page and my own personal page. The reason that last night's episode was taken off of YouTube, it was a personal decision on my part. We went over the Chad Zumock complete nuclear desolation of Nick. Nick came into old Mud Shark's chat, and he thought he was going to get an ally in his WCW Taskmaster Alliance to end Hulkamania. I'm Hulkamania in this case. And he's putting together an alliance. He's putting together his great Avengers. So far, I think he has Melton and Mersh. That's, oof. One of these days, he's going to get somebody that actually streams on YouTube. So he's building this alliance to destroy Hulkamania. I don't. Some people can't move on; they get heartbroken. So he goes on to recruit Chad, and Chad just completely shuts it down and blows him out. I mean, it's maybe the worst beating I've ever seen a guy take. And he's paying Chad for the privilege and staying in his chat and just getting the shit knocked out of him. And a funny thing started happening last night. I start getting messages from people. People start giving me a heads up. They're like, illicit clips, got a community guidelines thing, and the video taken down of Chad. Somebody's doing gay ops on the Chad thing. Stalin 19 had his video taken down. I think Chad also, I can't remember. Chad makes his stuff members only, so I'm not sure. And then, so I just go, well, I'm not fucking around with that. I don't need a strike. Things are going well over here. Let's just delete this one. It's up on Rumble. It's up on Facebook. People can still catch it. Better safe than sorry. Let's take that down. We can always put it up later, you know? So then people start talking about their videos getting taken down, and they're like, yeah, somebody reported it. And it's like, well, Christ. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time figuring out who reported this video. So somebody got really butthurt, or I think what might have happened is Nick exposed everyone in his life by going into Chad's chat, because Nick doesn't give a fuck about people. He gives a fuck about himself. He has to mimic love. He has to mimic caring about other people. He doesn't know how to. And now he goes into Chad's chat, and Chad starts ripping April completely apart. It was hard to watch. Now, I'm divorced. I've moved on. I've found the right person for me, thank God. And I went through some crazy shit with the wrong people to get to that point. So I'm thankful. But it's still, like, as a human being, you still have that part of you where you're watching someone rip, in this case, a quasi-innocent party apart, and on one side of your mind, you're like, well, they stayed in this toxic situation. They're kind of getting what's coming to them with this thing. And then on the other side, you're like, yeah, but they didn't choose to come in here. Their retarded boyfriend decided to come in here, stir shit up with this guy, and now, rip the other guy apart all you want. He deserves it. He stepped into this. But now this is supposed to be someone you're supposed to care about and protect, and now he's fucking destroying this person, and you don't seem to give a shit. And then, the kid's cocaine thing, and Chad's just diving into that, and it's like, all the people you're supposed to give a fuck, you've clearly shown that you don't give a fuck about them, because you're letting this guy rip them apart, all in your harebrained scheme to try and end Hulkamania. It's like, dude, get your shit together. The word pathetic is, pathetic people don't behave this way, but pathetic, there needs to be a new word. Sad doesn't do it. There's pathetic and sad without introspection, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But Chad fucking decimated him. I think it probably caused some problems, and he had to start reporting people. Instead of, acknowledging he did wrong, instead of acknowledging, because now he's fighting with a trans woman on Twitter. Somebody sent me a notification on this. At like 5 in the morning, he's fucking fighting with a trans lady, and the trans lady's kicking the shit out of him now. And he's making jokes that don't make any fucking sense because he's not a particularly funny guy. And now we're fighting with trans people, and the trans people are making us look like shit. It's, some people you just can't help. But to do gay ops, that's pretty fucking lame. To do gay ops and start reporting people's videos, I don't care who you are. Take responsibility for the fact that you got your fucking ass kicked, that you got your fucking head handed to you by the mud shark, of all people. So, I don't know. It was it's just a great day for Chad. I mean, it was definitely Chad Zumock day, but just more meltdown, more sadness, so to speak. Let's go to some of you guys. So I wanted to tell everyone why I took down last night's episode. I got some messages. People were asking. Somebody was doing gay ops on the Chad Zumock clip. I'm pretty sure it was probably him. And so I just went, you know what? Better safe than sorry. Let's take her down. Nick the Milkman with $5 says, Cheese got internet weird. I think he spent too much time in the slammer. Maybe, but he definitely got internet weird. Some people, they just get like 6 people watching them on a stream. And they just think, I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille. Coltrane with $1 says, I see you, Aaron, around town in the Tahoe or at the stores. I just leave you alone to do your thing. Okay, this was a weird sentence, but I read past it. He goes, I don't understand people's obsession with big-time celebrities, LOL. Not that you're even a small one. Yeah, I'll be around this area and people will go, hey, I love your show, but that's not a celeb. That's like a couple people will recognize me. That's about it. And I told Cheese that. I'm like, Cheese, if you see me out in public, you want to say hello, that's one thing. But if you want to stand across the street with your burrito in your hand, fucking taking pictures, people judge you for that shit. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, is it true the evening show was talking mad shit and dropping 50s? It was the evening show. There were people dropping 50s on the evening show last night. Numero uno Josh Denny fan. They were calling the morning show audience fake and gay. It got rather mean-spirited. So I don't know what the morning show audience wants to do about that, but there were accusations being slung around that I'll say this. I know I didn't appreciate them. Thanks, buddy. We'll see if that does anything. 335 is your guys' number for today. Last goal of the week. Appreciate it. The entire, the entire pull tab fund stayed intact. So what we're going to do, if we knock out today, we're going to do goal-free Monday. If we don't knock out today, we'll just use the pull tab fund for whatever we come up short. So we're in a nice spot today. I like where we're at. But Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, thank you very much for your contributions. Throw it in, and we love you. Thank you for keeping Steel Toe moving. Triple N says, are you getting drunk tonight for the game? No, I'm thinking of, I know this is very exciting, but I'm thinking Diet Mountain Dew and Pedialyte for the game. I want to stay hydrated. I might have Minnesota Gold during the game, but that's about it. The chat, yeah, people saying the Chad clip got flagged on Stalin and Alyssa's channel. Yeah, I didn't want to fuck around with it. You know, I didn't want to fuck around with people doing gay ops, and I mean, that's the worst part. Like, take your beating like a man. Don't be a fucking bitch about it. XJX99 says, did you see all the people complimenting Trump, comparing him to Uncle Adolf? Oh, I didn't. Oh, they were complimenting him. Oh, see, I didn't know that. I thought people were saying bad things and comparing him to Adolf Hitler. Thank you for letting me know that it was indeed. I didn't know that was meant as compliments. The things you learn from your own audience. All right, we got a very busy chat here over on the Rumble end of things. Let's pick a couple of these out. Yeah, Meow Meow says Cheese couldn't admit he was wrong. Yeah. It's it was a weird phone call. And then after the show was over, Cheese called me. Like, my phone rang and Cheese called me, and I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, the conversation for the show was fine, but it's like, in my private life, I'm not going to talk to a guy who's standing across the street from my house taking pictures and posting them on the internet. And I love you, Cheese, and, you know, I know you've gone through some shit, but, like, you're getting a little hooked on this, you know, a stream 10 people are watching wants to talk to me. Ooh, this is my big shot. If you stand outside my house taking pictures and I catch you doing it, you and I are going to have a problem. And I don't want to, but the next time it happens, you're going to get confronted. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, didn't this disaster get kicked out of one of your live events for creepy behavior? Stop normalizing this drunken sot's behavior and take action. For fuck's sake, you have kids. Well, I just learned about most of this last night. Oh, shit. Hold on. Yeah, suck on my nuts. There we go. That was the last one. Got him. It's all over but the crying. Let's continue on here. Just want to pick a couple of these out. McBuster says, Dr. Melfi says Nick is a sociopath. Well, I mean, she is a professional, that Dr. Melfi. Anonymous says, Aaron, Nick is acting this way because he misses the Baldo Twister nights. There were no Baldo Twister nights. I'm telling you this right now. Hobo chili recipe. Aaron, I caught you at Banana Hammocks in Sartell. You walked out holding hands with a lady that looked like Samoa Joe. I only read that because I saw Samoa Joe's name, and I'm like, that deserves a read. S-word jockey says Chad treating Nick exactly how he should be treated. That was kind of the mass opinion on the matter, was that I said it last night. I feel like what Chad did to Nick is what Nick's father probably should have done to him a long time ago. It's unfortunate that it had to come from, again, the mud shark, Chad Zumock. But Chad scored himself some big W's, I guess, and in a way, like another win for the toe, because it all started with him trying to recruit Chad into his little army, and it didn't go well. But thank you guys very much for sending all that stuff to me. Oh, my God, you're like my little, you're like my staff. I'm going to be like Tim Pool one day and rant about how incompetent you are and then fire you all publicly. Thank you very much to Doorman for $20. Starting us off over on PayPal today. Thank you very much, buddy. 315 is your number for the morning. Thank you guys very much. Just keep that going down, $100 every hour, and we got this thing nailed and knocked out. 315 is the number. You guys are great. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, all that stuff works as well. Papa Shop says, Aaron broadcasting live from an ant colony. It seems that way. McBuster says, holy shit, did you see the new Kiwi Farms clips of Melton? What a sick fuck. No, I haven't seen them. Uh-oh. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, is no one else wondering about the weird murder bunker Cheese hangs out in and sleeps in at night? No, I don't. I don't watch Cheeseburger Pie stuff. So I don't know much about the murder bunker. All I've ever seen, somebody sent a clip during last night's show of Cheeseburger Pie in just a white-walled room, and he was passed out mumbling to himself. And it's just like, you don't want to see people doing that. It's like, Cheese, you don't need to do that to, like, make friends. And these people are on the internet. They're not your friends. like they're laughing at you because you're behaving buffoonishly. They're not laughing with you. They're laughing at you. They're watching you pass out on stream. Don't be Mersh. Don't be Mersh. That's all I'm saying. Buddy. Oh, man. We've got, just keeping up with my little DMs here, seeing if any good intelligence is coming in. But then again, I remember it's from my audience. Let's start with this Mia Khalifa thing, shall we? Thank you guys very much for your contributions and everything else. You guys are wonderful. Let's start with this Mia Khalifa thing. Now, Mia is a big, I don't know if is she anti-Israel or is she more pro-Palestinians? I'm not sure. I know that I'm asking the wrong question. I know the right question is who gives a shit what the porn whore thinks about foreign events. But I'm drawn like a moth to a bug zapper or like Nick Rekieta to a Chad Zumock chat. I just make bad decisions with what I give my attention to, and I can't help it. So Mia Khalifa is commenting on U.S. foreign policy. She's commenting on American troops. And I think the point she's trying to make is that she does not approve of our foreign policy, but it comes out like a regurgitated cum shot out of her face. This is why maybe porn stars aren't the best people to go to for foreign policy advice. We'll play this whole clip through. I'll blow my nose. You guys can enjoy.
Good morning to everybody who is not in the U.S. military. Good morning to everybody who is sitting at home and not on soil that doesn't belong to them, fighting a war for a country that doesn't care about them. I hope you go over there and get your little brain all scrambled up with PTSD and then come back here and see how much the United States cares about you, Pookie. See how much they care about you when you come back with, oh, I'm so sad. I piss my pants every time I see a falafel stand in Manhattan. Let's see how much the VA cares about you. Let's see what they tell you to do with your little broken brain from going over to fight a war that's not yours. They're going to tell you to try breathing exercises because the U.S. government does not give a fuck about you once you cannot die for them. Once you're done, once you're a shell, they don't care about you. What did I say on Z-Way that one time? Yeah, I think that still stands as.
So, first of all, nobody knows what you said on Z-Way because it came out like this. I don't like the American troops. That was physical comedy. I soaked these shorts for you. The water was to represent the cum because she was, you get the idea. Was that Lexington Steele in the background, by the way? So is he like her foreign policy advisor? It's an interesting role. Are we just going to get all the fucking porn hacks in here to give us foreign policy? Now, I'll give Mia Khalifa this. Number one, she's right about the United States government. The United States government, if they do care about our troops, which I doubt very seriously, they have a funny way of showing it. They treat them like fucking dog shit when they come home. But like, why does the soldier themselves have to be the target of this fucking invective? Like, why does the soldier himself have to be, oh, your little broken brain? First of all, I don't want to hear this bitch talk about mental health ever again. I don't want to hear her talk about how she needs a personal day or how she needs a mental health day. Did fucking shrapnel blow up in your face and kill 3 of your friends and get lodged in your ass? Then shut the fuck up. What did you think about the time you were made airtight by 3 black guys? Is that what? I don't care. That seems self-inflicted to me. Are you the next time she shows up on camera complaining and crying that she has to tie a rope around her stomach to keep her asshole tight so she doesn't shit herself because she took so much backdoor action because that thing is not elastic. It has a shelf life. I don't want to hear about it. I'm tired of these fucking broads who sit there and go, my mental health. And then they're going to sit here and shit all over soldiers who actually earned their fucking mental defects by seeing shit that you can't even fathom. I know that the head of a black penis coming towards your nose is an intimidating thing. God damn it. Why do I keep giving them ammo to clip from? Motherfucker, I got to stop doing that. It's a good rant. I know that as the black cockhead comes towards you like a lumpy mushroom, it's intimidating, and you think that's the scariest thing anyone could see. And for your father, it is. But being a soldier in a war zone, props to the hobos and everyone else in the service, and coming back with PTSD and other problems, you can be an asshole. And you can say, oh, you little broken brain, when you see a falafel stand, I hope you get PTSD. You can say that. You can do that. But don't you ever position yourself as a fucking good guy. Don't you ever position yourself as someone who should expect understanding and respect from anyone else ever again. I'm tired of people acting like shitheels and then playing baby faces. And this is coming from a guy who is a shitheel and the best in the business. People are forming an alliance to kill Steel Toe Mania. I'm honored, as if, what the fuck haven't these chuds and these sweepers been doing the last 6 months? Suck my dick. So they play the heel, and then they want, like, I guarantee in the next year, Mia Khalifa will make some big post about mental health and how she needs her time and how the porn industry does this, that, and the other thing. I hope you have phantom cock pains in your asshole. How about that? I hope you wake up, I hope you have sleepless nights because you keep having phantom cream pies. That's what I hope of Mia Khalifa. What a shithead, spoiled brat thing to say. And by the way, you ruin good points you make by saying stupid, retarded, poorly thought out shit. The United States government doesn't give a fuck about the troops. No, they don't. I agree with you. I hope they get PTSD and they get triggered by a falafel stand. I don't ever want to hear you talk about depression. I don't want to ever hear you ask for sympathy for a mental health issue. I don't want to ever hear you bitch about how your decision to get gangbanged in a fucking hijab gets you death threats. I don't give a fuck. You have earned every ounce of animosity. You have irritated. You have purposely called down the thunder of numerous people. And then when they give you the thunder, we're supposed to feel bad for you. Fuck Mia Khalifa. She's everything hypocritical with that genre of entertainment. She's everything wrong with the person who signs bad contracts and then bitches that she was taken advantage of. You weren't taking advantage of, sweetheart. You were fucking stupid. You were so eager to get to fucking on film that you didn't negotiate a decent deal for yourself. Oh, but then the videos did millions of views and I didn't get a cut of the revenue because you signed a shitty deal. If they did no views and they lost a bunch of money, should you have to pay them? No. Negotiate a deal sometime. Next time, don't see all the cock lined up and just start drooling and go, let me sign the paper so I can get at them. And then you won't wake up with phantom cream pies. And then don't, maybe ask a question or two. Don't be so eager to suck a cock that you just go, what, $10,000? Yeah, sure, here you go. Name and likeness? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Work on it. Mussolini Diff with $5 says, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This did not work for Nick. Yeah. And I'm trying not to take joy in it because, and I'm not. Like, Chad did do a great job and it was a brutal performance. But, like, Nick exposed people that he's supposed to be protecting and caring about, and he doesn't give a fuck as long as he can attempt to get at me. And it's like, Nick, I have no love lost for one of these people. For your girlfriend. Like, I have no love lost for this person. I will never care deeply about this person again. But I still feel worse for her and than you do for you putting her in that position to be not just mocked, not just ridiculed, but like humiliated. I mean, she was humiliated by Chad Zumock yesterday. I mean, just it's fucking destructive. It would fuck with anybody's mental health. And you didn't give a shit as long as you could get at me. Which you didn't. We all had a great laugh at your expense. But, like, your blatant disregard for anybody but yourself shows that you don't care about anyone. It's not about love for you. It's about what people can do for you. And it's fucking gross. And again, She made her bed. She stayed in the toxicity and the shit and the sludge. So she kind of gets what's coming to her when it comes to Chad. But that doesn't mean you have to walk the lamb into the slaughter. That's not what good people do. You know? Trucker 18-wheeler is saying about Mia Khalifa, $2, shut up and suck my dick, or at least I hope he's talking about Mia Khalifa. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says that lady has some nice brain. I'd listen to her. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with another $1 says just talk to Cheese. He said he left some Sudafed in the medicine cabinet for you. Triple N with a great point. He says, you put her in the position to begin with. Absolutely. That's why I was a shitty husband, and that's why we wanted out. I know I filed for divorce, but I don't think anybody loved each other. I was supposed to protect her, and I didn't. I think my failures have been very well documented. Thank God I'm not still making them. I'd be walking around fucking depressed all the time. Oh, what a fuck up I was. No, let's not give me a pass in all this. Triple N is absolutely right. I failed the fact that I failed as a partner is, those failures are many. Her failures are many. All of our failures are many, but to just purposely walk somebody into a slaughter like that, like you clearly don't give a shit about them. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, did this rant about Mia Khalifa organically turn into a rant about April? How'd that happen? No, somebody left a comment about the Chad Zumock thing. We were kind of transitioning out. You know this show, no transitions. It all just kind of smashes. All smashes together. Triple N, I am having a little tact. I absolutely am. I'm saying it's very tragic that happened. And I've been saying for months now that getting away from that situation is the best to do, and you can rebuild your life that way. But you can't make people do shit. New guy says, Nick's jealous of you. I don't know what it is. It's heartbreak. It's pain. It's hurt. It's weird. Let's just go with that word. It's weird. All right, like I said, we got lots of stuff to get to today. Thank you guys for your contributions. 315 is the number today. I appreciate all of. No, 310. I forgot about Mussolini Diff and numero uno Josh Denny. I'm sorry, boys. 310 is the number. Let's get under 300 by 7 o'clock. You guys are doing great. Thank you very much for your support, keeping Steel Toe going. You're the best. It's the Mud Sharks world, and we're all just living in it. That's what we learned yesterday. MSO saying about my shirts. I got to go back and find this. MSO, I love the ongoing rapport that MSO and I have over my wardrobe. MSO says, at this point, I truly believe Aaron wears those shirts to fuck with people. Yeah. I mean, one thing you've got to know about me by now, and our haters have learned this, and that's why we've turned so many of them, is that I will always lean in because it's all just fun. It's the internet. That's why the people who hate me are, this means something. And then my response to them is always, guys, it doesn't mean anything. So they'll make fun of a shirt and I'll go, let's wear the shirt. Who gives a fuck? It's a 4-hour show. What performers don't wear costumes? It just so happens that I don't take this costume off and then I walk around in it all day. Hey, MSO, I'm a fucking method actor. What do you want from me? But yes, Aaron wears those shirts to fuck with people. Aaron does a lot of things on this show to fuck with a lot of people, and it always works. It always works. Roots, I'll be able to answer your question in mid-December. I can't answer it right now. Oh boy. This is McBuster with some very pointed commentary. I won't repeat that one, but it's fucking brutal. Honky with some pretty brutal commentary. Thank you very much, buddy. We are going to move on to that. Triple N says he does seem to be accentuating his breastises, on purpose. Roots Calhoun says, wear a fucking undershirt, you creep. I can't. I'll tell you why, Roots, and this might make it creepier. I like the feel of the fabric against my skin. I do. And also, when I don't wear a shirt underneath it, it tells me if I'm getting fatter and if I need to fucking scale it back. Shame works for me. If I'm feeling tighter in this shit, then I'm like, dude, let's fucking eat nice. Let's go to the gym today. We're getting back down to 215. We got to fight in March. We got to fucking do this thing. Got to, get your shit together. So they're hanging off me a little bit now. See, we got a lot of room. We're coming back down, but we're still about 6 pounds away. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, no, Aaron, I was talking to you when I said shut up and suck my dick. I just figured you would find enjoyment out of it. Slob on my knob. These damn rumors, they will not, they won't let me be. Thank you, guys. 305 puts the number at 305 for today. Thanks again for all of your contributions. Under 300 by 7 o'clock. We're looking good. Ugh, Mia Khalifa's face. Get it off the screen. Did you guys see what this Adam Kinzinger guy did yesterday? No, wait a minute. Time out before I almost transitioned to the next story. Somebody, too, writes, yeah, double XL shirts tend to hang loosely on a guy. This is a 1X. I fit in my larges again. But while I fit in my larges, they're snug and the tits pop. So I'm not comfortable. We get to 215, 212, we'll put the larges back on again. It's not a 2X, you fucking dick. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, Chad Zumock is a grifting, lying sack of shit. Does Rob Schneider tour? Hope he needs an opener. I will say this, opening for comics who draw a lot of people is not an unimpressive thing. Like Dennis Blair made a career opening for George Carlin. Can make a good living doing that. I'm not saying Chad is. But like we had a co-host who was Nick Swardson's opener in the Midwest. Corey Adam was Nick Swardson's guy. Then a couple fucking ladies rat Corey out for, what was it, creep texting or some shit. Or one lady's like, oh yeah, he insinuated that I could trade sexual favors or naked pictures for stage time at the open mics he ran. Like, she accused Corey Adam of abusing his power with open mics to try and get nudes and shit, and that he was sending dick pics and stuff like that. I don't know how much of that I buy. I believe what Corey's admitted to. But like, it really sucked because I don't think these women were really that impacted by it. But Corey lost his open mics. Corey lost his gigs that he had. Corey lost opening with Nick Swardson. Corey basically lost his comedy career over the whole thing. And that was really unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, Corey who? Dennis who? Oh, sorry. You don't know Dennis Blair? I saw Carlin live 3 or 4 times in my life. And Dennis Blair was always his opener. Suicide Jockey, yeah, we can say it unironically now. I'm a fan of Chad. The kid did a good job. The kid crushed it this time around. All right, guys, thank you very much. Let's go to this Adam Kinzinger story. There was a Democratic Senate candidate who wanted to show that, hey, Republicans aren't the only gun people. Democrats don't just want to come around grabbing your guns. We can be cool gun people too. So this Adam Kinzinger, who's in a Senate race with Josh Hawley, who I like Josh Hawley. He's kind of a ball buster. They're in, is he Pennsylvania or whatever? This Adam Kinzinger. Where's Hawley? Senator Hawley State. Missouri. Okay, so this is a Missouri race. So this makes sense now. If you're a Missouri Democrat, you do have to like guns. You can't be like a gun grabbing, anti-Second Amendment nut. Like, you can get away with that shit in California. Can't get away with that shit in Missouri. So this Adam Kinzinger's got to go on the campaign trail and he's got to show that he's a gun dude. Let's go ahead and play this. This is from June 17th, 2021. Lucas Kuntz. I'm sorry. Adam Kinzinger isn't the candidate. Adam Kinzinger is the guy doing the photo shoot. I apologize. So this Democratic Senate candidate, Lucas Kuntz, once sent a guy a message on Twitter saying, hey, McCloskey USA, my offer still stands for a Marine-led weapons safety training before you get your next gun. It might just keep you out of prison. That was the Missouri couple that came to their front lawn with the guns because of the protesters. So this was Lucas Kuntz. He's cocking off to these people like, I could teach you weapons safety, you fucking dick. So he goes out for the photo shoot to show that he's a gunman. You know? He's out there. He's ready to fucking show the world that, you know, it's not just Republicans who know guns. Well, he goes to the gun range, does the photo op with a bunch of union members. The photo op at the gun range ended with a local reporter being shot. Kuntz only shared a few photos, and based on the photos alone, it's a wonder someone wasn't killed. Now, if you take a look, people are criticizing a lot of the professionally taken photos from this event. Now, I hope that these targets over here aren't what I think they are. But old Kuntzy has a weapon just sitting right here, ready to fire. Got another one here up on his shoulder. Does anyone know what those little canisters are that are sitting in front of the firing area? Does anyone know what those little canisters are full of? I mean, we'll give you the answer in a little bit, but I just want to see if the chat knows what those canisters, what those jars are that are sitting right in front of all the guns and all the shooting. There you go. Somebody, too, says, good old Tannerite. Tannerite. If you guys don't know what Tannerite is, we used to use Tannerite for at the outdoor ranges. Well, outdoor ranges, a friend's house. Was we would put them in like old cars, or we would put them on soft targets, and you would shoot just a little bit of Tannerite. A little bit of Tannerite. You shoot a little bit of it, you get a nice little explosion. You get a nice little boom out of the whole thing. Or you could put a whole fuckload of Tannerite off in the distance. You can get yourself a real nice boom. One time, a friend of mine firing from a little hut, a little firing stand, fired at a stack of wood pallets. He put pallets up, and he put a bunch of Tannerite strategically placed around the pallets, and he fired at it. And all of this shrapnel, all of the pallet wood just came flying back at the shack, and everybody hits the deck, and you just hear boom, 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 boom. We all get up, and we look at the guy, and he goes, I think I used a little too much. Just a little bit too much. Little bit too much. So people use it to get a little extra boom in their shooting. One thing you certainly don't do when you have a fuckload of Tannerite is put it directly on the table in front of where you're shooting. You know, they say even when a gun's loaded, even when a gun's not loaded, you don't fucking point it at people. Well, certainly when you have Tannerite, even if you're not planning to shoot it at point blank range on the table, you don't keep it at point blank range on the table in front of you. It's a bad look. So that's number one. This Lucas Kuntz with Adam Kinzinger does this photo shoot, and he's got Tannerite all over the fucking place. Now, the next shot we have, oh, look at that. All of these union workers got together. Everyone wanted to shoot guns. We got all of our shit sitting there. And then this fucking guy gets shot. He gets shot. He gets hit with shrapnel from, remember, this is the Senate candidate that told the people on the front lawn, hey, I can take you through Marine safety training. I can take you through Marine armed safety training. Hoorah, motherfuckers. I can take you. He went for a photo shoot, which is where like the least amount of shit is supposed to go wrong, and you're supposed to be on your absolute best behavior. Great day at the range today with my friend Adam Kinzinger. We got to hang out with some union workers while exercising our freedom. You know, the freedom that his party wants to limit. And by the way, did you see those rifles? Those didn't look like rifles that would be allowed under a Kamala Harris administration. Always have your first aid kit handy. Shrapnel can always fly when you hit a target like today. You know, when you go back to that first one. You know, when you're putting tannerite that fucking far away. Yeah. When you put tannerite, you know, the equivalent of across a little, you know, residential street away from you. Yeah, sometimes you can get people hurt. You fucking badass arms instructor. Great day at the range today with my friend Adam Kinzinger. We got to hang out with some union workers while exercising our freedom. Always have your first aid kit handy. Shrapnel can always fly when you hit a target like today, and you've got to be ready to go. We had 4 first aid kits, so we were able to take care of the situation, and I'm glad Ryan is okay and was able to continue reporting. So he couldn't hide the fact that the reporter took some fucking shrapnel to the arm and got cut. You know, like everybody does during a fun day at the range. I don't know what, like, this is one of those get off my side moments because on one hand, you've got a Democrat and the Democrat is advocating for firearms. And you're like, okay, well, that's, you know, you got to have a Democrat in there. Good to have that kind. But then at the same time, he goes, hey, you know what, my Guns Are Awesome event? We almost killed a reporter. It almost feels like a plant, like he's a Democratic plant showing that people are too retarded to handle firearms. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, are either of these guys able to call Nick a junkie loser? They could be big stars in the Dabbleverse. But the political candidates? I don't, maybe they are looking for a new gig. $1 from Numero Uno. He says, ever notice Chad is always dressed like a generic cartoon burglar? They say dress for the job you want. A funny one. Numero Uno Josh Denny fan says, politics is gay. Trump got diddled by Diddy is what I heard. Wonder if he got on one of those sex crosses. I don't know. Midland Armory says they are shooting steel at 30 feet. Give them all Darwin Awards. Yeah, I mean, you could go through like a highlights magazine and pick all the fucked up things that they're doing out of that picture. And I'm like, I'm a very bare bones, bare minimum shot a dozen times in my life. And I can, you know, I can circle 5 or 6 things from the highlights magazine. Jeff Jordan says, what are they doing? Filming a scene from Rust? Yeah, the best one. Somebody says, funny, we would always shoot guns at bachelor parties and no one has ever been injured. Yeah, and these are shot-taking retards he's talking about. And even they didn't get hurt. Jimmy I with $5 Canadian. Is this true? Is it too late to send Melton the wedding gift? He got married October 15th as per Clark County records to the Coke glasses lady. I don't know who the Coke glass, the Jewish lady? Well, L'chaim. Do the whole stepping on glass thing, the whole bit. I mean, you gotta ask, you gotta wonder sometimes about people and the company they keep and what it says about them. But, you know, private citizens and all that, leave them be. Leave them be. They're innocent, in my opinion. $300 away from today. You guys got to 300 by 7 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Let's continue on PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, and let's get that down to 200 by 8 o'clock. Thanks, boys and girls. Let's see if we've got... All right, we're good. I was just checking to see if we were all caught up on the text line of things. So Yeah, here's what they picked out of this. Kinzinger is shooting at steel targets from about 5 yards away with a rifle. This is just inviting disaster and injury from ricochets. Yeah, was it, because he called it shrapnel. Was it shrapnel or was it a ricochet? Let's be honest. Here's another high-powered bolt-action rifle, presumably being used on steel targets from 5 yards away. Incredibly stupid. Hey, Adam Kinzinger, why are you wearing your eye protection on the top of your head and not over your eyes? Oh, boy. So he's looking through the scope with the one eye. Now, you don't have to use eye protection if you don't want to. I guess I wear glasses, so I'm sitting here going, well, I haven't worn like specialty protective eyewear, and I've looked through a scope, but I guess that's not totally true. But if you're going to wear it, maybe, not as a fashion statement. And then, yeah, they point out, look at this massive scope for a target 5 yards away. Well, you want to make sure you hit where you're aiming, At one point, someone goes downrange and takes a picture while 6 to 8 weapons are pointed at his crotch. Oh, look at this guy. So this guy's taking a picture of the festivities, and all of these guns are pointed at him. Brilliant. Brilliant. I wonder if they did hire the team from Rust. And then there you go, right there on the table, around all the guns, all the loaded firearms, 2 big-ass jars of tannerite. Great job, guys. Remember, there are steel targets being shot at 5 yards away. What happens if a ricochet were to hit those jars of tannerite? Gonzo. Lots of problems. Thankfully, the inevitable bullet fragment ricochet didn't hit the explosive. Instead, it hit the arm of a nearby journalist. And there you go. You got the tourniquet on him. He's leaking. TV journalist. Yeah, but now the TV journalist can turn this into the danger of firearms. Lucas Knusit, or whatever his name is. He's a trained Marine guy. He should know guns better than anyone, and even he couldn't stop an accident from happening. So you can kind of play this up as like see, we told you they're dangerous. Someone tweeted, Josh Hawley. Oh, his opponent, Josh Hawley, got to dunk on him too, saying when liberals play with guns, people get hurt. I mean, he's not wrong. You kind of opened yourself up for that one. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, is this story over yet? Who even is this guy? You're thinking too deep. He's a guy running for Senate. We're laughing at how dumb he is. That's it. Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, like I said, everybody's just playing highlights with this one. I'm never giving Aaron money again. He took down the show. Oh, no, I just took it down because I didn't want to strike. I didn't want to be suspended from YouTube. Alyssa got a community guidelines thing. The video got taken down. Stalin did. You can still, you're saying this in the Rumble chat, you can still watch the show on Rumble. You can still watch it on Facebook. I'm sorry, Meow Meow. I didn't mean to say I took the whole thing down. There was just gay ops going on, and I figure we'll stay one step ahead of the gay ops. Nothing wrong with that. Kinzinger was high from all his farts, which is why he forgot all that gun safety he knew, said NF Caps. Oh, so there was a lot of farting going on. You heard it here first. It was the farting. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I watched most of it on Rumble before this show started. There you go. See, so you can still watch the thing. Also, Steel Toe Morning Show on Facebook and my personal Facebook page. Chips and Diff says, you could have edited the video instead of taking it down. Well, then I take out the Chad part, and then it's not nearly as fun. And we can always put it up later. It's okay. It's okay. It's just best to take it. When people are doing gay ops, it's best to just take their weapons away from them. Let them cell phone. Cell phone. Get it? Self. $300 away from this morning. Let's go ahead and knock it out. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. We love you all. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships. I am sorry about that. It is really fucking me up right now. My voice sounds like shit because you can't, I mean, I know it's warm for this time of year in Minnesota, but fucking allergies, really? Allergies this late in the year? Okay. Hey, do you remember Todd Crisley? Todd Crisley I fucking hate Todd Crisley for one simple, not because he what did he do, scammed the IRS or whatever. I don't give a shit about his scams. In fact, I think scamming the IRS is one of the most patriotic things you can do. In that sense, Mersh is fucking George Washington. But I don't, Todd Crisley I hate simply because I had to watch all of his shitty promos on WWE Raw for years during the Benoit murdered his family era. And it was always so frustrating to watch USA Network put this fucking weirdo on TV. And it's uncomfortable because they won't acknowledge that he's clearly a homosexual. They won't acknowledge he's gay. They have him out there with his wife and his children. And it was it Better Call Crisley? Crisley Knows Best. So they ripped off the Hulk Hogan title. And they had this show, Crisley Knows Best. And it was this clearly homosexual man with all of his family going, oh, Jay Willikers, everybody, what are we going to do today? Oh, man, I just get so horny when I smell pussy. I tell you what, it is just the scent of pussy in the air just gets my wiener just straight up and down at 90 degrees. I tell you what there, fella, there's nothing I love more than pussy and tits. So this half and F, they gave him a reality show, and you're screaming at the TV, just say he's gay, finally, please. Well, he got in a lot of legal trouble and finally had to admit that he's gay. There's, butt fucking going on. And it's the first time I've ever heard a story like that and gone, thank God. Well, he got in a lot of trouble for bank fraud and tax evasion. He's at a minimum security federal prison for the next 12 years. And now we're finding out in the joint, he was booted from his job at the chapel because of how he was interacting with the other male inmates. Crisley trying to do a little butt fucking in the chapel? Jesus doesn't like you doing that, Chris. In prison, they call him Chris the Jizz. Crisley, 55, was fired from his chaplain's assistant job after prison officials noticed that the reality star was getting too chatty with certain inmates. Uh-oh. Somebody likes to cuddle and have pillow talk right there in the chaplain's lounge. During his short-lived stint, the father of 5 has been assisting in organizing religious services. How fucking dare you? Bank fraud, tax evasion, and being a secret mo, and you're going to run church services? You fucking pig dog. He does it for Christian, Muslim, and Jewish inmates, adding that Crisley has been, quote, doing a good job prior to the firing. Sergeant added that the reason for Crisley's abrupt firing came without cause and that he will still be able to attend religious services. Well, of course, he likes that, especially the prayer part where you're on your knees. That's Crisley's jam. Crisley was left very disappointed and upset that he can no longer participate in the administration of the setup for religious services at Pensacola, which includes Christian, Jewish, and Muslim services. So Crisley was, I guess, getting a little too familiar, getting a little too handsy with the other inmates. Or talkative. They said talkative with the other inmates. And they had to shit can him from his gig. Shit Show says, without Googling, explain how tannerite detonates. Thank you for the $1.99 Shit Show. Well, this is just a guess. Again, I'm just guessing here, Shit Show, and without Googling at all, your question. Since the oxidizer in tannerite contains 85% ammonium nitrate powder and 15% ammonium perchlorate powder, and since the catalyst contains 90% explosive-grade aluminum powder, 5% titanium sponge, and 5% zirconium hydride, I would say it would detonate when it's hit by a bullet with enough kinetic energy to make it explode. I mean, that's just me explaining it without Googling and without any help from AI overview. I just wanted to be able to answer your question. Don't you feel like a silly goose? I just wanted to make sure that you knew, now that I knew, what was going on. So, shit show, you're welcome. Coyote NV with $4.99 says Gophers minus 4.5, Vikings minus 3.5. I would take the Gophers to cover all day long, and hell, why not take the Vikings to cover also? I think the Rams are getting old. I think the Rams are on the downslide. They're looking to fire sale this year. Now, if they beat us, it kind of rescues their season a little bit. But I think we're going to walk away with this one. Bigot on Socialist Media says, shit show with a brain buster. Yeah, but don't worry. I'm a smart guy. I'm kind of like a chemist. So, I know this shit. So thank you, shit show, for allowing me to expose my brilliance to the rest of the world. You've been a great help. 295 away from this morning. Thank you guys very much. Work hard getting us under 200 by 8 o'clock, and I would be eternally grateful. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, etc. SP letting me know runny nose might be dog hair or dust in your house. Well, it wouldn't be cat hair. I don't have cats. Dog hair or dust in your house. Fuck. Well, maybe it's time to dust. Oh my God, the fucking studio table up here is disgusting. Maybe that is the issue. Maybe we got to fix it. All right, guys. Thank you very much. All the links are in the chat. We appreciate your generosity. You guys are, of course, the best. Just rally her up. All right, fuck Crisley. I'm done with that one. This is one of my favorite clips for today. Some old lady, and this is one of the reasons I'm really excited for this election to come to a close. People just get John Goodman said it best in Red State when he said people just do the damnedest things when they believe they're entitled, but they do even worse when they just plain believe. And there are a lot of people in this election who feel they're entitled, and then there's a worse group of people who just plain believe. And the people who believe that Donald Trump is Hitler and Donald Trump is evil, these people, and this is why the media needs to take more responsibility for these Trump assassination attempts. I mean, ultimate responsibility falls with the FBI for staging them, but the media also needs to be able to admit that constantly calling Trump a threat to democracy, constantly referring to Trump as Hitler and all these other things, a lot of these people who believe it are going to think that if they go after this guy, that they're doing something to fight the Nazis. They're doing something to fight Hitler. This is everybody has that time machine bit where they go back and they kill Hitler. They go back in time and kill him. So they see Donald Trump as Hitler. They're like, well, this is my time machine. So some lady walks over to her neighbor's house and has the audacity to fucking confront him about being a Trump supporter. What happened to the good old days that my mama and my daddy taught me about, where you didn't talk about politics and religion in polite company? And there's a reason why you don't do that. When I was younger and I was arrogant and a shithead and a retard, versus now where I'm a much more humble retard, I would always go, it's a stupid saying. You can talk about whatever you want. Well, no, the reason that we don't talk about politics and religion in polite company is not because the other person will feel uncomfortable. As you get older, you realize, oh, none of us fucking know anything. All of us are just repeating shit we heard someone else say. So why should we talk to each other about religion and politics? We're going to sound fucking dumb. But some people feel like they are the neighborhood boss in informing people on who they should and should not vote for. Let's check that. Let's watch this old lady who, despite her looking like your grandma, you're going to find her remarkably easy to hate.
I want to know how you can vote.
We can't answer the door right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Shameful.
Are you the one that walks by here and always screaming at people?
No, I haven't walked by recently.
Okay, because a lot of
Are you? That's a weird question to get. Hey, are you the person who just walks by screaming at people, and she's caught off guard by it? She's like, no, I haven't walked by recently. That isn't what I asked you. Have you been walking around screaming at people for voting for Trump? What? I haven't walked by here. I know. You've been walking down. That fucker, she's been making them at night. I know she has. I'm not making them at night, Dad. She's making them at night.
Screaming at people? No, I haven't walked by recently. Okay, because a lot of people walk by and scream. Yeah, I'm not surprised. You are voting for the devil.
Oh, my God. You should be thanking this woman. I bet you didn't know you were voting for the devil. That changes everything. If I thought I was voting for Donald Trump, I didn't know. Satan, Beelzebub, Baphomet? This is the guy I'm supporting? Shit.
Don't you know that? No. Why are you voting for him? Because I believe he is the moral candidate.
Okay, I will say this. I know this woman's about to overreact. Look at this. She already has largemouth bass face. I feel like if we hit play, she's going to go, take me to the river. Put me in the water. She's big mouth Billy Bass in it. That triggered the fuck out of her. I will say this. I know this woman's about to go overboard and lose her shit, but I would, even though I'm voting for Trump, if someone said I'm voting for him because he's the moral candidate, that would get a chuckle out of me. That is a stupid fucking thing to say. But you being a dipshit does not allow or excuse another person being a dipshit. You need to break the cycle of dipshittery before we can all move on as a country.
Because I believe he is the moral candidate. Oh, my God. You for that one.
Jesus. Hey, nice to see you again, neighbor. Hey, nice to see you. Hey, who are you voting for? I'm voting for Trump. I feel like he's the most moral guy. Fuck you for that one. I'm so... Okay, was there a reason you came over, or did you just want to yell at me? And by the way, she just wanted to yell at her.
God, you for that one. That's moral? Exactly right. That's how your side acts. Oh, my God. He's the most immoral person around.
He's the most immoral person around. You know, how he launders money through Ukraine and starts wars so he can pay back all his buddies. You know, how he supports bombing the fuck out of civilians and just recklessly killing people for a year after a terrorist attack. Well, I guess we did it for 20. We're not one to talk.
Opinion. That's okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. God. Everybody's opposed to you.
You're gonna lose. Everyone is opposed to you. The country could not be more split down the middle on this thing. And this woman's like, you're gonna lose. Everyone's opposed to you. Well, then why do you need to be here shouting at me? If everybody hates me and I'm gonna lose, then you should be walking around fucking pleased as punch right now. Certainly shouldn't be on my front stoop losing your shit. This is not okay no matter what candidate you support. You got to fucking get a hold of yourself, man. Because, you got to rebuild bridges with your neighbors and your family when this is all over. But just people cannot get a hold of themselves when it comes to shit like this. And it's baffling. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, did you know Chad's criminal history includes burglary, B&E, theft, menacing by stalking, protection order, etc.? A lot creepier than Cheese. I don't think we were having a Cheese versus Chad thing, though. I think we were viewing Chad just through the lens of yesterday, not the rest of it. Approachable says, he says he's going to work on climate change and greener living and stop drilling for oil on government property, and then gives an $8 billion contract to drill for oil to one company. Yeah, Yeah, I would have, you're right, Ramp Tramp. I would have ended that conversation does this mean I can't buy Girl Scout cookies off of you? You're not selling to me, are you? I didn't think so. It's too bad. I've got cash and I'm hungry. Fauci's Pangolin says, I like how they say Trump is a devil even though they don't believe in God or the devil. Nice thing is all Democrats are going to burn in hell forever anyways. Oh, my God. Democrats are burning in hell? You better tell them that. They might change their tune. Nobody wants to burn in hell. Clopogram says we should send Cheese to that old bastard's house. Yeah, Cheese will straighten him out, or at the very least show Will Heron pictures of her. Here she is watering her garden. Here she is playing bocce ball. Can you believe this fucking bitch? Cheese, again, I'm going to ask you nicely. Stop camping out outside my house and taking pictures. It's fucking weird. And that has to get dealt with at some point. 295 is the number for today. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Again, it's 295. Let's knock it out today. Let's get to 200. If you got $20 sitting in your pocket, it's burning a hole in there. Let's throw it at Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. If you want to gift some memberships, gifting memberships is always cool. Also, our chat is subscribers, just because I feel like if you're going to come in here and you're going to chat with us and you're going to talk and you're going to join the show, at the very least, you should hit that free subscribe button. And you don't have to wait 5 minutes or 24 hours. I think that's lame. Just hit subscribe and you can chat away. Clopogram says, I can't wait for the leaked photo of Aaron naked on the shitter. Well, I mean, if Cheese has that one, the man's a goddamn stealth guru. I can be mad at it, but it really would be something. I guess this one is from September 25th of this year. Liberal woman screams after being triggered by a Trump sign. Yeah, like, you shouldn't be voting. Like, if you see a Harris or Trump sign and it causes you to do shit like this, and by the way, warning, she's about to sound like a teapot, apparently. You're not mature enough to decide the future of the country. So if you're sitting there and you're like, oh, that fucking Harris wall sign, I'm going to go give them a piece of my mind. Or, you fucking Trump supporter. We should right there we should put like a patch or a little, like, when you go into a club and you get one of those stamps that you can see under a light. We should give you one of those so that we can scan you on election day and know not to let you vote, because even though you're aged over 18, your emotional maturity has been shown to be that of a second grader. Let's go ahead and watch this lady.
With the Trump sign, she doesn't like the Trump sign.
Tea's ready. Would you like sugar?
It sounds really, I thought something was wrong. Yeah, I'm cool. But no one.
Okay, she's so crazy, I like her. It's like, no, it's fine, I'm cool though. And then just starts screaming again. Watch her go from screaming lunatic to like totally cool, and then screaming her head off again.
The Trump sign.
It sounds really, I thought something was wrong. Yeah, I'm cool though. But no one.
Did that woman tell her, she's like, I'm for Kamala too, but this is a lot.
She's anti-Trump.
It's not popular part.
You're going to have a fucking aneurysm and you're going to drop dead right there. Well, you know what? Nobody stop her. Just let her go. She'll run out of gas.
This apparently is an art, folks. An art major. She's an art major.
See, she's already losing the ability to scream. All of the ruptures to her vocal cords. She's already getting that masculine growl to her. Oh. And now she's coming. Congratulations. She comes like a black lady. It's a lot more deep voiced.
Art is really going downhill.
Oh. She might, you know what? We can't rule out the idea that she could be voting third party either. This one is from back in May. Liberal women spend $4,000 to bash sticks on the ground and scream at a rage ritual retreat. The bizarre wellness retreat is designed to help women with anger. Oh, God, this is going to be bad. let me tell you what's happening here. This is 60 years of conditioning. We told them that work is fun. We told them that having kids was gay and that having a career would bring you emotional fulfillment. And as we check on that experiment 60 years later, they're on a biking trail smashing sticks against the ground, screaming and throwing a childish temper tantrum just so they can go back to work again on Monday. If a six-pack of beer and a football game can't fix it, you can't be in the workplace. This is kind of our fault. This is our fault as men in a society, because there was a brainwashing movement that took place that told women that pursuing a career, wearing sweatpants everywhere, and not having children was way better than going to church on Sunday, having a family, making a home, and dressing really nice. You were going to feel better if you went out with greasy hair and a bun and a fat ass in sweatpants. That was... I wonder why the smashing sticks against the ground and screaming "I'm sad" isn't working for you. Just feel like I'd like to see a Stone Cold Steve Austin run in here and just he's got a chair and. This is another this is from 2 weeks ago. Somebody lost their shit seeing a Trump sign. God damn, guys. What the fuck? Oh, she's stabbing the Trump sign with her keys now. Oh, boy. You're ruining it. That doesn't make it better. Yeah, I can't wait for this election to be over. People are being ruined by this shit. I mean, they simply can't handle it. They simply can't handle having to vote for one of these people. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, when did this show become a Trump ad? I thought we were doing a Chad Sucks thing today. No, we did a Chad thing yesterday. I can't make 2 shows in a row about Chad. Rusty Grammar says, just think, Aaron, they can vote. Yeah, but it goes a lot deeper than that. Like, society has caused them serious mental anguish and injury because they went down the road. You know what's amazing is that women's liberation and feminism and being an quote unquote independent woman now means doing exactly what the media tells you to do. The media's greatest trick they pulled on women was telling them exactly what sort of life they had to live, or they weren't a real woman, and then calling it freedom. It's remarkable. It's like the movie The Island. You know, it's like, hey, you can do whatever you want, but you should probably have a career. Otherwise, you're going to feel very unfulfilled. And you can put kids off, later with in vitro. And yeah, it's expensive. But, you got to build that career because it's going to make you feel good. And, if a guy ever tries to, divide labor in the house and try to delegate, that's just him using you and gaslighting you. You're better than that. You don't need to keep yourself clean and presentable and attractive to anyone. You can just be frumpy, put your greasy, unwashed hair up in a bun and wear sweatpants to Walmart. Everybody will love you. Yeah, but 60 years ago, didn't my grandma used to wear dresses and a beautiful hat on a Sunday just to go to the grocery store? Yeah, but she was a victim of the patriarchy. Like, really? Because she looks beautiful. Yeah, the patriarchy makes women look beautiful to trick them into thinking they're good. And what am I? You're a frumpy piece of shit. Now go to Walmart in your sweatpants, you wildebeest. You're free. Like, women do exactly what society tells them and then comes back to men and says, I'm liberated. I'm making my own decisions. Okay. Of course you are. That's the greatest trick they ever. The powers that be co-opting feminism and pretending it's freedom. Best trick they've ever played. Best trick. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, a few weeks ago, me and my buddies and I, sir, went to different houses and swapped Harris signs with Trump signs and Trump signs with Harris signs. Oh, that's a little anarchy afoot. That's some anarchy. Mr. Beat says, if Trump wins, there will be a mental health crisis. I feel like it'll just bring the mental health crisis to our attention right away. I think we're heading for the mental health breakdown regardless. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan says, these crazy Trump haters scare me. I'm worried that if he wins, they'll all try to break into the White House and shit on the desks. They're out of their minds. You know, the nice thing about lefties is that they tend to just wreck shit in their own neighborhoods. You know, they tend to burn shit down in their own neighborhoods. They don't tend to go to other places and burn shit down. You are right about that, numero uno Josh Denny fan. There's those Republicans, you know, have outrage will travel. Democrats like to just find the nearest auto parts store and yell at it as, you know, part of Western colonialism and then just burn the fucker down. And all that grease and fluid and all that shit, it'll go up quick. Sparky Rose becoming a member for 28 months, thank you. Says, still a member even though my chats aren't coming through lately. What? Like super chats and shit? Why is that, Sparky Rose? If you can put that notification up, you can definitely put super chats up. You're not hidden in the chat or anything like that. Thank you guys very much for the dollars and the memberships and everything else. If you want to hit hard, let's hit hard now. Let's rally up and get to $200 by the time we get to the top of the hour. Right now, still $295 away. We've still got a ways to go. But if we can get near 200 by the top of the hour, I think we're in good shape. So if you've got a loose 10 or a 20 hanging around, throw it at us. Links are in the chat. 295 is the number to get to. And that would be a perfect week for Steel Toe. If we knock out this last goal, that's it for the week. Thank you guys so much. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, when is this election happening? Not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after. Tuesday, November 5th is when the election happens. So we got to make it another less than 2 weeks. God, it really does seem like a long time away, doesn't it? Really does. Hey, guys, great news. Ted Danson apologized to Kelsey Grammer for their strained relationship, saying they missed out on 30 years of friendship. Aw. Sam Malone and Fraser Crane have made good. Becker and Fraser are okay. Oh, boy. Let's get to this clip in about 13 seconds. You know, you need a 30-second ad before a big Ted Danson, Kelsey Grammer apology. There's a lot of 75-year-olds who are going to be really stoked that this happened. While I'm doing this, guys, let's start to get a move on today's goal. I do appreciate you guys keeping this show on the air, getting it back in the black, making us profitable again. I really do appreciate that. I'd like to see us keep that momentum going because, again, it's the last goal of the week. It's perfection staring us right in the face, and I'd like us all to band together, chunk it out, get it done, and not worry about it today. You guys are the best. I love you. Let's do it with positivity. Love you guys. Let's go ahead and knock that 295 down. We're getting close to 8 o'clock, so the nerves are going a little bit. But I think you guys are good for it. Go ahead and start chipping in. Let's start knocking this thing down. Ted Danson on... Holy shit, Conan O'Brien still does a podcast? All right.
During the Cheers years, I have a memory of getting angry at you once.
Yeah, you came and told me that one day.
And
that was
it's
good.
stuck in both of our memories.
Yeah.
But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I missed out on the last 30 years of Kelsey Grammer.
Yeah, you know what? Here's where you fucked up, Ted. We could have saw Ted Danson in Money Plane, and you cheated us out of that. You selfish bastard. Oh, things weren't always cheery behind the scenes of this beloved sitcom. Oh, I don't give a fuck about the rest of this. That's it? That's the little clip from Ted Danson? I would love to watch clips of this whole Kelsey Grammer, Ted Danson. Why does it say Team Coco podcast? What is Conan O'Brien like? Is his new thing producing podcasts now? Okay. But could you imagine, like, you're Ted Danson and you're Kelsey Grammer, you're both in your 70s now? You're both in your 70s? And now you're apologizing to each other? It's like, well, what am I supposed to do with this? Can't go back in time and start hanging out. Now we're in our 70s. What are we going to do? Go catch a Blue Plate special at the fucking, Cracker Barrel? No, I'm good, thanks. John T with $5 says, do you think Gino would travel to Minnesota to testify at trial if it came to that? Mudshark rules? I don't know. Who am I, the fucking babysitting Gino police? I don't know. Ask Gino. Doesn't he have a show still? Doesn't Gino still do a program? I love that when people come and ask me something about someone else. They're like, do you think Gino will do this? Yeah, I don't know if you got the memo. We're not really talking anymore. And if you look at the size of his audience, Gino really ain't talking to anybody. I'm sorry. I like him. We were friends. He just had a good sharp knife, and he was really upset about the compound stuff, and I was an easy target to lash out at. Came out of it all right, though. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, can we get below 200 by the top of the hour? Come on, morning crew. Hey, thanks, numero uno Josh Denny fan. I appreciate the rah-rah sentiment. 290 away from today. Ramp Tramp with a great idea. He says, now we can make Money Plane 2. Did Kelsey Grammer die at the end of Money Plane, or did he live? Because if, what was his name? Like Horace. It was like Oscar Grouch. It was something like that. It was like Oscar the Grouch. And they called him the Rumble. Phineas Grouch. You know what? I think if we watch the Money Plane song, we'll remember. Money Plane trailer. Darius. Is it Darius Grouch the third? The Rumble? His name is the Rumble.
I don't give a fuck who's on that plane. I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet. I am Darius Grouch III.
Darius Grouch III. Did the Rumble live through Money Plane 1? Because then we can have Ted Danson in Money Plane 2. Money Plane 2, Turbulent Skies. Money Plane 2, Double Down.
Darius Grouch III, the Rumble, and I am taking down the Money Plane. Now bring me my money.
It's called a money plane.
You want to bet on a dude fucking an alligator? Money Plane. Like what? No, I mean, I don't. I guess betting on a dude fucking an alligator is one of those better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it deals.
Money Plane, it's a way of life with Charlie Sheen's our ex-wife and some guy that looks like D.L. Hughley. Money Plane, get out the way before Kelsey Grammer makes you pay. I thought he'd make a more convincing villain. Money Plane, got Thomas Jane, that just seems kind of insane. I guess those parts, they just stopped coming.
Well, and here's the weird part about Thomas Jane being in that movie. He's got a bit role in that movie. But, like, Thomas Jane's a dude now. Like, he's back. Like, doesn't he have, like, a TV show? No, Fauci's Pangolin. It was not Darius Rucker III. Although, if Darius Rucker is interested in starting an acting career, Money Plane 2 might not be a bad place to start. And he can be Darius Rucker III. It works. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, can we watch an episode of Cheers? I mean, on your own? Yeah. You got seasons on DVD still? Thermodyne Diesel becoming a member for 29 months. Thank you very much, Thermodyne. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Let's get some thank yous out of the way here. Scooby Jooby Jew with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Scooby. Wow, you know what? That sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a great way to start a rally. Why not? Thank you, Scooby. 280 away from today. Again, let's get down to 200 by the top of the hour. I believe in you. We get 8 more of you throwing in 10s like that, and we're good to go. Thank you very much. All the links are in the chat, pinned to the top of the page. Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, all that good stuff. Super chats, gifted memberships are a lot of fun. Rumble rants. Thank you guys for your contributions. Again, that 280 is all that's left between us and a perfect week because we're profitable again. Thank you, guys. This is another good one for today. So I love watching these news panels that they do where they get like a bunch of random working class people together and they ask them questions about the election. And you can totally tell that they all have a direction they want this segment to go. And most of the time, 9 times out of 10, the news will ask these people, like, what do you think about, like, if it's MSNBC, they'll be like, what do you think about Kamala? And they'll be like, we think she's the greatest. And MSNBC's like, oh, that's so sweet. What do you think of Trump? Oh, he's the devil. And they're like, well, a lot of people are saying that. Yeah, I empathize with you. Sometimes they have one set up on a tee and they're like, we're going to knock this one 350 yards right down the heart of the fairway. I mean, this one's a gimme. This is a layup. We got this shit. They sent Alex Wagner to put together a group of black voters. And these black voters were supposed to talk about how they felt about Trump and Kamala. Now, a lot of what MSNBC has been trying to do lately is convince people that black people aren't breaking from the Democrats and voting a little more for Republicans this time around than they usually do. But all the statistics say they are. MSNBC is going to go ahead and stem the tide on that deal and shut that shit down real quick. Let's see how they do. Now, I personally love it when Alex Wagner is made to be uncomfortable because she is a partisan hack to beat all partisan hacks. I mean, she's one of those people who's bad at it.
What are your feelings, and let me start with the women here, about Kamala Harris?
She's a woman of color. I'm not putting her down because of that, and I'm not putting her down because she's a woman. I'm not a feminist, so I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, I don't think that she has the personality. I don't think that she has what it takes to go up against Putin and go up against these other presidents that are built for this. I don't want to be scared because my president is scared. I want my president to feel secure and manly and about it.
We brought up.
See, that's another thing. Like, Democrats keep pitching all these messages without listening to their constituents, and they're pissing off their constituents. Like, for example, they want all these first-generation Latino voters to support them. What they don't understand is that a lot of older Latino voters are traditional Catholics, and they're not into LGBTQ shit, and that's not really something that they want taught to their children in schools. So they'll push back against that. Black people, they're like, women should be tough and strong and you don't need a man and blah, blah, blah. Whereas black women are like, no, I don't respect a man unless he's tough and strong and shit like that. So, like, they keep talking past their own constituents because Republicans have this problem of, like, trying to say stuff because they think people will like it. And they end up fucking themselves and watering down their message. Whereas Democrats just expect they can grab people by a fucking septum ring and drag them to where they want them to be. Well, after a while, people are going to get annoyed by that.
Gender, right? Like, do you think it matters that she's a woman and people aren't comfortable having a woman in a top leadership role?
No, I don't think that because most...
So look, that's what I love about these segments is you can clearly watch the MSNBC person guiding the question to the answer she wants. Like, hey, I'm in a room full of black women. Don't you think that, having a strong woman is important? I mean, you both have vaginas. Don't you want someone with a vagina? And it can be a strong vagina that can crush walnuts. So don't you, vaginas, am I right, girls? And then they don't get the answer they want.
Woman and people aren't comfortable having a woman in a top leadership role?
No, I don't think that because most men, they love their mothers. They love their wives. So as a woman, most men, they respect the woman, but she just don't have the...
Freud even thinks that we want to fuck our mothers. So, I mean, they're...
qualification or the education to really run America because she don't have the experience.
That's right. I agree with that woman. She doesn't have the education, and she don't have the experience. Poignant.
You don't understand our struggles. And for me to believe you for another 4 years, you're crazy. Right. Like, you're crazy. You're saying the same thing that you said 4 years ago.
So the fact that she's the vice president
That's
to
just
you
the
is
bottom line.
You're like, you've been here, you've had a chance.
Yes. Well, for me, the very first time I ever heard the name Kamala Harris, it was in association to locking up parents for truancy. That was the first time I ever heard of her name. And I really didn't understand how this person claims to be a black woman, but yet she's locking up black women and black men and separating families.
This is a thing.
Wow. So, the problem with this clip is that MSNBC didn't think all these black women would fucking know shit. They didn't think all these black women would sit down for this little. She thought that she could kind of guide the conversation wherever she wanted to, but these black women knew their shit about Kamala Harris. They're like, no, she's locking up black dudes. She's full of shit. She's supposed to be this black woman and this strong woman of color, and here she is locking up black men all the time. Well, and won't lock up a single illegal immigrant. See, that's where I'd be pissed if I were black. When you're an attorney general, you'll lock up a shit ton of black people, but you won't lock up a single illegal that shouldn't even be here. It's very telling.
Thing that is, Trump talks about this a lot. He says, Kamala Harris became black when it was convenient.
Right. Yeah.
Can you talk to me about, do you agree with him on that? Do you feel like she's wearing her blackness?
Absolutely. When she sworn into the Senate, it was as the first Indian American.
Thank you.
Which is, it's fine. We don't care.
We all know she's not black.
Oh, shit. MSNBC, you got to vet your black people better. They are ripping your girl the fuck apart. She was the first Indian senator when she was elected. She ain't even black. Could you imagine? You know what? As a white guy who's not voting for Kamala Harris, it does bring a tear of joy to my face when black people say it, because I'm like, I know I can't fucking say it. I know I can't. She's never been pitched as a black lady, ever. She's always been an Indian. She's always just been woman of color. She wasn't black until they needed her to be black. Black is a fashion accessory in American politics. Nobody listens to black people. Nobody tries to solve the problems in the black community. Nobody does. Black is a fashion accessory that the left uses when they need to use it. It's like a tool in their Batman tool belt. Hey, it's time to placate black people. Let's talk about how great black people are and how beautiful they are and how this candidate's black. And hey, you'll just vote for them because they're black, right? And black people went, no, we learned under Obama. We learned our lesson. You don't just vote for someone because they're black, because they can still fuck you over.
When she sworn to the Senate, it was as the first Indian American.
Thank you.
Which is, it's fine. We don't care.
We all know she's not black. Let's understand that. We are all clear of that. But my point of view, like I told you earlier, she's already...
You see that shit? Like, Alex Wagner even tried to jump in because she's like, all right, my whole fucking segment that I wanted to do here is completely shot in the ass and ruined. Let's try to salvage this thing.
Been there. She's in office right now.
Yeah, and Alex Wagner asked that question. She was like, well, what about the fact that she's been vice president the last 4 years? And all these black women ate her alive. They're like, yeah, that's part of the fucking problem. Oh my God. Did we ever get to the dudes? Did they ever get to the dudes on this? I don't think so. No. Well, shit. They just nixed the whole guys part. They didn't even talk to the dudes because they're like, let's just abandon this whole bit because we're getting fucking destroyed. And black men are voting for Trump at a larger clip than black women. So if you keep this segment going, you're going to get fucked even harder when it's time for the guys to talk about Trump. Oh, shit. Let's go $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan. Thank you, buddy. He says, as a professional streamer, any idea why the Ricada Law Super Chats and Melton's chat have a check mark, but the ones in Chad's didn't? It could be the software that Chad uses to display the Super Chats on the screen because it's different software than what I use. So it could just be that. That could be the issue. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, since it's all political now, how about a Kamala ad? All right, let's play a Kamala ad. It's only fair. Plankton says Trump equals Peter Griffin after he goes to a black neighborhood and says the N-word. That's Trump. Thank you for the $4.99. Hey, guys, I've been waiting to spring this one on you. Maddie B with $250 coming in hot, and he just puts a gas pump logo. So this is gas money. $250 in gas money. Holy fucking shit. Thank you, Matt. Here, if I put my, here, I'll put my hand over it so you guys can see. There we go. $250 from our boy Matt. I don't need anyone, telling me that it was fake or anything like that. All right, well, guys, we're at $30. We're $30 away from another perfect week of Steel Toe. Thank you. Grist for the mill, as they say. Thank you very much, Maddie B, for the $250. $30 is the number here for the old toe. If you came here to hate us today, stick around. I could still say something stupid, but as far as the goal goes, we've got $30 left. If you guys want to jump in, go ahead and jump in and finish off the rest, but I don't think we really need to talk goal for the rest of the show. Woo! $30. Well, if no more money comes in between now and the next 2 hours, I'll talk to you guys about the goal at about 9:55. If $30 comes in before that, you won't hear that shit from me the rest of the day. Wow. Thank you, Maddie B. That's huge. Chad got a $400 super chat yesterday. $400 super chat. I was fucking jealous of it. Then here comes Maddie B with his $250 on Venmo, which is $245 to us. Chad takes $280 of his $400. Now I feel like equal to Chad Zumock. Oh my God. Oh, that's not.
Fuck you, Aaron.
Sorry. Thanks, Chad. I appreciate that. Hey, Chad, great job with the Nick thing yesterday. You were a real star. Thanks for sticking up for me. I appreciate that.
Fuck you, Aaron.
So you weren't sticking up for me. That was just you. You wanted to shit on him. You don't like him. To be clear, are you and I okay?
Fuck you, Aaron.
Okay. Just checking. You think you and I will be okay someday, like soon?
Fuck you, Aaron.
I thought so. Hey, Chad, what do you really want to do this weekend?
Fuck you, Aaron.
Oh, whoa. What do you think Nick wants to do that he's lashing out so badly at me in other people's chat rooms? What do you think he wants to do?
Fuck you, Aaron.
Oh. It's really strange. What do you think all the shit I've been through the last couple months was designed to do?
Fuck you, Aaron.
Chad gives really good advice. The guy's astute, and he's a man of very few words. Hey, Chad, Mersh has a weird obsession with me lately, too. He's kind of melting down and losing his shit and trashing the only streaming platform he can work on and getting denied from YouTube to be able to come back, and now trying to start an alliance with Gino. The alliance to end Hulkamania. What do you think Mersh wants to do? I mean, if he wasn't so gargantuan and unable to have sex.
Fuck you, Aaron.
What is it about my asshole? I'm going to tell these guys right now. It's not a good asshole. I don't like it. Nothing's ever been in there, but I can't imagine it's pleasant. Arnold says, wouldn't Aaron start jumping up and down, dancing over a $250 dono? Yes, and I did. I love triggering the shit out of people like Arnold who thinks they're all fake. Mersh does too. Mersh always says, Aaron's fake donoing himself into bankruptcy. The fact that I have them thinking that, you have no idea how much that means to me. You have no idea how much joy that brings my heelish heart. It's a Grinch smile that creeps across my face. Follow _Mersh on YouTube. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, let's change things up and do it $1 at a time from here on out. Come on, gang. And then right after that, fucking Zen Man builds with $5. Says Aaron has his gas money now. Let's finish this thing off so he can buy some more Vikings tickets. New boot goofing. Oh, we're having a great day. We're having a fun time on the show. We're hanging out together. And fucking Zen Man has to come in off the top rope with that shit. Rusty Grammer says a mud toe evening special would be pretty rad. You want me to ask Chad about it? Hey, Chad, what do you think about doing a show with me some night?
Fuck you, Aaron.
See, I kind of thought that was going to be the answer, but I wasn't sure. Kevin, you want to do a show together sometime?
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Okay. All right. Well. You know what was interesting about Compound Media is that Pat wanted to kill Gino. Kevin wanted to kill Gino. Those two got fired, but the common denominator seemed to be people wanting to kill Gino. When Gavin got a chance to kill Gino professionally, he murdered Gino professionally. And so, like, the common denominator seemed to be people wanting to punch Gino. I seem to be the only guy who didn't want to punch Gino in the face. I mean, what's the deal? I'm the only one he fucking shoved a knife in the back of, and I'm the only guy who didn't want to kill him. The things you do for people. The things you do. Suicide Jockey with $5 says it's your juicy B cups, not your balloon knot that they're interested in. Is that it? They all want my tits. Chad, you want my tits?
Fuck you, Aaron.
See, I can't get a straight answer out of the guy. Roots Calhoun says, ain't a mud shark a white broad that only bangs black dudes? Yeah, and people pointed that out to Chad at one point, so he just decided to fucking lean into it. And now the whole bit is that he calls himself the mud shark. A bunch of other people get really upset that he calls himself that, and he doesn't give a shit. So you're just left there to seethe on your own. I kind of like it. He started calling himself the mud shark because he plays in the mud. Like, he went after April really hard when we were feuding. He kind of, like, Patrick Melton in a lot of ways kind of ripped off Chad and stole from Chad in our beef, in our feud, in that Melton knew he could never get to me. He never got to me. So he tried to go to people around me to get at me that way. And when that didn't work, he just had a full-on meltdown. Chad's a little tougher and a little stronger than Dance Theater Patrick. And Chad just kept fucking hammering away. So April made me put a stop to the Chad Zumock stuff. And that bummed me out because I liked it. It was good for the show. It made us look like pussies and it hurt our momentum big time. But she couldn't handle that stuff. And that's where, Triple N will be happy to hear this because he likes to hear where I think I went wrong. I should have never brought her on the air. I think I really damaged her by bringing her on the air. I think she wanted to be on the show, so I kind of just took her word for it. But I think she liked the idea of being on the show with me more than the consequences of such. Because I would have been fine feuding with all these guys. But April was definitely my Achilles heel in that I didn't want anyone hurting her. So I'd bring her on the show. Problem is, you can't avoid people trying to hurt someone that's on the air with you. They're a public figure. They're fair game. So when they start shitting on that person, you feel bad because they're taking it seriously and they feel bad. My advice to her at the time was, you got to not take this seriously. You got to let it go. Don't read it. Block. Don't react. Just, we're having fun. Let it go. And that's a very rare quality for people to have. Ironically, I have it. Chad has it. But Patrick's been doing it for 20 years. He doesn't have that ability. He's very soft and thin-skinned. And I brought her into that world. And that's my fault. That's my mistake. I should have never done that because she wasn't ready for the actual thing. She wasn't ready for it. So that's my fault. Taylor Swift, Kamala Harris, campaign ad 2024. Did Citizen M really fucking make one of these? Did Citizen M really make a comma? I thought he was joking. Holy shit. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, goal for the week knocked out. Put pull tab money on the Vikings to cover, pussy. Come on, do it. Thank you, numero uno. What are we, like $20 away from today? $20 away. Oh, boy. $20 away from today. Thank you, guys. I'm staring at this this Citizen M Taylor Swift Kamala Harris ad. Oh, I mean, look, I'm going to play it, but Jesus Christ, this is really sad. All right, let's get all caught up here. And then let's play this Citizen M thing. Somebody sent it in. I'll fucking do it. Somebody texting in, you better be getting a fuck ton of advertising revenue from YouTube. I've had 8 commercials so far, 4 unskippable ones about voting in Pennsylvania. Oh, no, is YouTube... I have it set to conservative monetization. They shouldn't be running a shitload of ads. Every 10 minutes, an ad pops over the chat window, and I have to close it to keep up with the chat. If you aren't getting a good paycheck with that, let us know. At least know it's YouTube fucking itself. Oh, it's YouTube fucking itself into obsolescence. Thanks. Well, thanks for giving me the heads up on that. I'll see how I can change that. Thank you for bringing those things to my attention. Our complaint department is important here. Carlos Cameo says, even though you trained her to be a competent second mic, I agree. Well, thank you for that compliment, but I guess I did well as a trainer and an employer. I neglected my job as a partner and a husband. That's for sure. And then kind of the attention she wanted for it, that always was kind of unattractive, you know? And then yeah, her getting beat up by Zumock and other people. Yeah, I led the lamb to slaughter on that one. That's not good. All right, off we go. Oh, by the way, I was on Kiwi Farms yesterday. Citizen M's a fucking creep. Like, I gotta keep my fucking... I mean, I've always kept my distance from M, but he's a fucking weirdo. I saw the interactions he was having with the Kiwi Farms people and some of the shit he was defending. Like, there's people who do creepy kid shit, and then there's people who defend it, and you're like, oh my God. And like the people who defend it, you're like, maybe they don't do that sort of thing. But the fact that they're okay with it is a red flag enough about their personality that you just don't want to be associated with it. So M's a weirder fucking guy than I thought. I kind of thought it was a gimmick for the internet because he didn't have much else. But M's just, I think, for a shoot, a weird fucker. Let's watch his Kamala Taylor Swift ad.
That government is bad tends to make for bad government.
Was that Soros? God, even his campaign ads are gay. This music bed is making me want to go out and commit murder. What the fuck is this? Yeah, M's a fucking problem. We gotta get this guy a CAT scan or something. NASCAR for a Democrat ad? Oh, there's Taylor Swift, and then a farmer, of course. Am I the only one who finds Taylor Swift cute? Oh, there's George Soros. Okay. Speaking of Hitler, bread, guns, welding. Trans people, more Soros, open society, the Lord. You got to have the Lord in your ad. climate change, boobs and burgers. There's a black guy. There's a militia guy ready to take down January 6th. There's Taylor Swift again. I like her, man. I don't get the Chinese eyes, but I like her. There's a dad helping his lesbian daughter cut wood. And Kamala Harris for president. Okay. Thank you, numero uno, Josh Denny fan, for wasting the entire class's time. Dead Game says, that isn't a Democratic commercial. People are working, right? Pico Cat, thank you, says, well, the whole swapping thing, you went along with that. Yeah, I didn't protect my relationship from that either. That was a big mistake. That was, I exposed a lot of people to bad things. But you are repenting and making changes to not be that person. April joining as second mic was for her attention-seeking wants. I don't know. It's all in the past, so it's over, so it really doesn't matter. But I just think it's important for me to say, I mishandled a lot of things. It's not, I'm the opposite of her. Nobody did this to me. I fucked up a lot. I fucked up. All right, so we never got to the black guys talking in the Kamala Harris thing. We never got to hear from the black dudes in that MSNBC segment. It was all just black women talking shit about Kamala. Okay, works for me. $20 away from today's goal. Thanks, guys. You're the absolute best. And everybody thank Maddie B for dropping $2.50 on us this morning. We're switching it up, guys. No news, no politics, no drama, nothing like that. How about a crazy fat bitch threatening to kill, being instructed to kill children, or instructing children to kill through a video game? These stories about like Roblox and shit, I know that I'm kind of taking the bait as a parent, and you shouldn't. Like, it's not ever as bad as the media tries to make you think. Like, your kids aren't going to eat Tide Pods and die. That was, a few people being retards on the internet. But, like, there are some things as a parent that I'll admit, I act like I'm above it all sometimes, but sometimes I do bite. And one of the things I bite on is I have tablets. The kids have tablets. I don't have a tablet. The kids have tablets. And, without telling them exactly what to do, I have kind of steered the kids towards more like offline games on their tablets. Like my son really loves those games. And I love these games too. The games where, have you ever seen them? Like, I fell for the commercials. It's called Screw Pin Jam. It's where you have let me pull one of these up. So you have this board and it's just full of screws. And you take them out and you fill the cases with the corresponding color. So, like, you just sit and it makes noises, and it's gay, but it's fun. And I have my son playing it, and he loves it, and it's an offline game. And, my two daughters, they'll play offline games, and I really like that because for a while they were super into Roblox. And for a while, I wouldn't really be cool with them playing too much Roblox unless I was on there too. And I got a Roblox account and I started playing. It's actually kind of fun. Like, I actually started getting into this airport simulator tycoon thing. Fucking stupid, but I liked it. It killed time. Now I'm back to playing State of Decay, a 10-year-old zombie GTA game. So I've always been kind of nervous about Roblox, even though I know, like, if you look at it statistically, nothing's going to happen to your kids. Nobody's going to do anything. It still makes me nervous enough that I'm kind of like, if I can steer them, if they ever show an interest in doing something else, I'd rather steer them away from Roblox. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $10 says Kamala Harris letting people know they're at the wrong rally when they say Jesus is king. Yeah, well, you know what? We'll play that in a little bit. Thank you. $15 away from today. Thank you very much. McBuster says Melton is going to get that game now and try to contact your kids. Great job. I don't think he will. I think, let me say this, down the road, there's going to be very serious consequences if that happens. If the person I'm talking to is to be believed and if they're going to go through with what we talked about yesterday. I've been in close contact with them now on that topic for the last couple weeks. And without saying too much, but while keeping it brief, they're definitely, they've gathered their information. People have been sending them a lot of information, and it sounds like from what I understand, they've reached out to the people they need to reach out to, and they may be doing something about it. Basically, every step that happens in it, I'm consulted. And they're like, you cool with this? You cool with this? And my take on it is I support you in whatever you want to do. You have my blessing. Absolutely. Everybody's got to be safe, and the guilty need to pay, essentially. So let's go to this story. A woman was on Roblox. Now, this is so fucked up. A Pensacola, Florida woman was on Roblox. And, you know, I can admit being an adult on Roblox is kind of weird anyway, but being an adult without children is super fucking weird. And then going on Roblox, and let's say you're just a loner adult and you just want to play Roblox because you got time to kill. Okay, cool. Don't interact with anybody. Don't talk with any of the kids. That's weird enough. This woman goes even a step beyond that. This is Pensacola, Florida. The stage has been set. Here we go.
An Escambia County woman is charged with attempted murder. The sheriff says she coached a 10-year-old girl, trying to get her to carry out the crime against a baby and the adults who cared for her.
To quote Grady Judd, did you hear what I said? The crazy bitch went on Roblox and tried to get a little girl to murder a baby and the adults caring for it. I'm guessing, like, it had to be like her family members. The fuck, dude? Like, there should be a psychological evaluation of people who commit crimes that informs sentencing. Like, there shouldn't just be, attempted murder. Well, that's 10 to 25 years or whatever we'll sentence based on that. There should be another sentencing guideline, which is how fucked up, insane, and crazy is this person? Lock them away for longer, because that's going to hinder the rehabilitation process. It's going to make the rehab process take longer, so keep them in jail longer. Like, you can be charged with attempted murder, you can be guilty, and you can serve 15 years. Okay, I'm fine with that. But if you're a complete fucking whacked out nut job and you're, accused of attempted murder, trying to get somebody to kill a baby, and you're so fucked up that you go on Roblox to do it and you think that's fine, that you're just doing that to strangers, let's just lock you away forever and not let you out, because there's nothing you're going to be able to contribute to society that's going to cancel out the risk of having you out there. There's a lot of people, like, in our society today, I feel like we don't give up on enough people. You know, you always talk about never giving up on people and anybody can change at any time. Yeah, if they want to. That's kind of up to them. But there's a lot of people that we as a society need to give up on. And this woman is one of them. Just lock her away in a room and forget she's there until she's dead.
WEAR's Haley Samples joined us. And Haley, a tip to the sheriff's office led them to Tara Alexis Sykes, who they say instructed that 10-year-old to commit a series of crimes.
Started with spitting on the sidewalk, steal a candy bar, murder a baby. You get people to do things incrementally. You drop a frog in a pot of boiling water, he's going to jump the fuck right out. But you put a frog in a bowl of cold water and you just heat it up gradually. By the way, you've heard me say on the show before that I'm not really into black chicks. And until this woman's jawline kind of came on the screen, I thought she was really cute.
Yes, Escambia County authorities opened an investigation on this case on October 17th.
Haley Samples, don't mind if I do. Terrible joke.
Fuck you, Aaron!
Yeah, you're right, Chad.
They arrested Sykes the very next day. Now, Sheriff Chip Simmons tells me this disturbing case is unprecedented.
Hold on, Jefferson. Go to break.
To say it's disturbing is not saying enough.
Those words describe.
Look at that. Like, there's no reason to let this out ever again. Her fucking googly mersh eyes, her terrible, thin, scary, multicolored hair, her fat, pudgy face. There is no reason for this person ever to see the outside of a jail cell again. This woman isn't even going to hold a job at a convenience store. She's just going to be a burden on the rest of society for the rest of her life, and we need to just accept that. But we also don't need to have her out where she can hurt people. So why don't we leave her in a cell, sentence her forever? She'll have the same amount of usefulness to society that she would on the outside. None of that would change, and nobody's safety would be at risk. It's perfect. Do it my way.
Describing 36-year-old Tara Alexis Sykes. She's facing attempted murder charges.
I've never seen circumstances quite like this.
The arrest report says Sykes communicated with the child through gaming platform Roblox. It also states that Sykes' intention to commit murder started on September 1st. It says she used the messaging feature to give instructions to kill a 2-month-old.
Jesus.
Sheriff Chip Simmons says Sykes told the child to drop the newborn head first on a tile floor.
Why? What's the point? Like, what's the best this person's going to do? They're not going to become a Rhodes Scholar. They're not going to become a chemist. No reason for them to be on the outside. You know, people always talk about, I always hear politicians and lawyers say, we need criminal justice reform. I agree, but I don't agree with the way they talk about it. We need to be tougher on keeping people in cages. We need more. I honestly think we have a lot of the wrong people in cages, and we have a lot of the wrong people out on the street. I would like to build more cells for crazy fucks who commit crime. I'd like to see more people say, oh, America has too many incarcerated people. Maybe there's some we should be letting out, but I feel like there's a lot that are out that we need. I would feel more comfortable if they were locked in a cage. So I'm actually for, I think, more prison, or at least more prison for different people than we lock up now. Like this, if this woman ever gets out, that's a failure of the criminal justice system, in my opinion, because she's done for good now.
Unfortunately, the 10-year-old did follow through and drop the infant on the kitchen floor. And that's
okay. Well, now kill this lady. Like death penalty. Perfect. If a 10-year-old gets dropped, if a 10-month-old gets dropped on their head because you instructed someone to, you don't get to share. You don't get to take our oxygen anymore. It's a waste.
Where the infants
resources are finite. And you're fat, so you probably breathe heavy a lot. You take more oxygen than the average bear.
And that's where the infant sustained, the serious injuries.
The 10-year-old was in temporary custody of 2 adults, and authorities say Sykes told her to kill them as well.
Additionally, there was conversations about cutting the throat and burning the home of the adults that the 10-year-old was temporarily staying with. Sheriff
Simmons says Sykes had a relationship with the 10-year-old and had been communicating with her over the past month.
This is not a random someone getting on that particular social media platform or any social media platform and just finding someone to start engaging in a conversation. The relationship had already been established well before the social media platform communications.
Sykes was arrested Friday at her home on the 2000 block of Tomlinson Road. She faced.
I mean, we didn't bring a drop gun to this one. And look at it. She just looks like, this house just looks like that kind of person lives there. No trespassing, no soliciting, as if anyone would. But this is where I'm not against dirty policing either. It just needs to be used in the right instances.
Faces charges of attempted murder and aggravated child abuse. Sheriff Simmons says the 10-year-old who carried out some of the actions could also face charges.
At 10 years, like I have a 10-year-old. You could tell a 10-year-old to drop a baby on its head and it's going to go, no, what? No. I'm not going to drop a 10-year-old on its head. Absolutely not. Like a 10-year-old knows better than that at that point. So somebody told me to do it is not a valid excuse.
Still having conversations with the state attorney's office on what, if any, charges the 10-year-old will have.
Saturday's arrest was not the first time Sykes had been charged with abuse.
What the hell you say? I don't believe you.
She was also arrested in May on the offense of child neglect and endangerment.
A lot of people getting arrested in May for child endangerment, boy. Jesus. She went downhill quick, too. Look at that. This is her in May. And now the purple fat-faced pig woman is October. Just 6 months, 5 months later.
Now, the investigation is still open as authorities work to find more answers in this case. And the sheriff says additional charges are still possible. But for now, Sykes is being held at Escambia County Jail with no bond. Reporting outside the Escambia.
Well, at least they did that part right. Can't just let someone like that out. Jesus fucking Christ. You certainly can't let them have an internet connection anymore. Jesus. So that's Roblox. Yay. Keeping even closer tabs on that. The M ad has me feeling very pro-America. Any chance we could jam to this real quick, says numero uno Josh Denny fan for $2. What is it? Crack-A-Miko, who does very funny stuff. Fuck everybody but us. Okay.
What the fuck going on? G-Glock back in this bitch, man. On God, we smoking on that Queen Lizard pad, nah, man. Fuck England, fuck all y'all goof ass. Hope y'all rock the smoke with your pussy ass, boy. Free my man Benedict, musket gang, bitch.
Hey, fuck everybody but us. Y'all just some pussies. I got that strap, I'ma kill it, don't push me. Glock and 10 back, turn the queen to a pack. Now I'm fucking King Chuck in his pussy. 1776 until infinity. The mother country's talking shit, it ain't offended me. America, the superpower y'all pretend to be. I've been defending liberty. My enemies to sin on me, praying I'll fall eventually. Bitch ass Canada can suck my dick, yeah, yeah. Europeans, you can suck my dick, yeah, yeah.
It's a very patriotic song. I think it might be the next Lee Greenwood, Born in the USA. They'll be singing that one at Yankee Stadium during the 7th inning stretch. Thank you, buddy. Roots Calhoun says, what the fuck this bitch got against kids, right? Like child endangerment, going on Roblox trying to tell kids to murder people. Jesus. Again, she got let out once. Let's not do it again. Dive Bar says Lee Greenwood was God Bless the USA. What did I say? I know that Lee Greenwood is God Bless the USA, so how did I fuck up? Redman says, awesome lyrics, shitty performance. Yeah, Roots, how do you feel about Crack-A-Miko? Because Roots has bars. He can judge. He's a fair judge. Roots says, I got them to play that crack joint at the Demolition Derby this summer. People were dying. I hope they weren't literally dying. Jesus. Roots Calhoun says, I fucking love him. Well, there you go. What was the one that Crack did about Chrissy Mayer? That was a funny Crack-A-Miko one. Crack-A-Miko. Predator? No, there was one he did with that Chrissy's in it. Never Be a Comic, Arena Hack. Crack-A-Miko has a song called Fuck Crack-A-Miko. That's fucking meta. I don't know, maybe somebody knows. Cunt song or whatever. Oh, cunt song. That would be the one. Crack-A-Miko cunt. Dumb cunt, I believe, is the Crack-A-Miko song. Let's I like this one. Some people would say it's very reductive and repetitive. I don't know. I'll let you guys be the judge.
It's your boy Crack, man. Look, all these females good for is cooking and cleaning. Pussy don't even hit the same no more.
So far, it's a documentary. So far, the guy's right on. What can you really disagree with at this point? Crack-A-Miko's a philosopher. You know, I like this. Hip-hop's missing songs with messages.
God, this shit not a joke. This how I really feel. I ain't even gonna try on this song. Y'all too easy. Now do my fucking laundry, idiot. Gang, Cardi B is a dumb cunt. Taylor Swift is a dumb cunt. Bruce Jenner is a dumb cunt that traded his dick for a dumb cunt. Hannah Burner is a dumb cunt. Chrissy Mayer is a dumb cunt. And I don't care about her politics. I just think that she's a dumb cunt.
Now, I'm just saying that a lot of these pictures are remarkably unflattering of these people, and I'm starting to think that Crack maybe picked them on purpose. I'm not trying to accuse anyone of anything. Maybe it's the first one that comes up on Google.
Cunt. Wow. Hey, fuck these bitches. Hey, yeah. Fuck these hoes. Hey, fuck these dumb ass bitches. I don't even want fuck these hoes. Yeah. Hey, even if I was their daddy, I cannot love these hoes. Hey, fuck these bitches.
That fucking Seinfeld Kesha clip is one of my favorite clips of the last 20 years. No bullshit. And also, Crack Amico's got me thinking, and really that's what his music is supposed to do. Crack's got me thinking here. We have really watered down the fucking supply of grifting broads being right-wingers. Are we done with it yet? Can we be done? Just politics in general with comedians. Can comedians who can't be funny anymore stop just going, well, I know what I'll do. I'll grift right-wing. Or I'll grift left-wing. Like, unless you're good at it, like fucking Gutfeld. Gutfeld can do it. The rest of them, stop. It's like singers too, or rappers. When rappers don't cut it anymore, they're like, oh, I'll just make Trump songs. The Tom McDonald effect, basically. But, you know, just this thing where women who, let's be honest, don't really know shit about politics. They're just like, oh, man, if I just, like, mildly push up my tits and I say right-wing shit, then maybe it'll buy me some views. It's watered down, you can tell, because all of these people's views and audiences are going downward. So people have kind of had it with that. It's kind of like the internet blood sports thing of like 2015 when Trump was running. People thought that would last forever. And then people were like, oh, these people are legit messes. And we don't need to be listening to them. And we get it. You guys are all going to yell and scream at each other and fight about who's more based. I think I'm getting tired of it. I think women, the whole women grifting off the right wing thing is hopefully in its death stage.
Every woman is a dumb cunt. Even your mother's a dumb cunt. Your dad could have nutted you out on her tits. You so lucky your mommy's a cum slut.
No, Crack. Anne Frank can't be a
cum slut. Anne Frank was a dumb cunt. Trapped herself inside a dirty room. I'll keep this shit simple. Stop using your mental, girl. Put down the pencil and grab a broom. Fuck Aunt Jemima Angelou. And that lazy bitch Rosa Parks. Also, who the fuck is Joan of Arc? I bet she can't hit from behind the arc.
That's a good point. You know what? I was going to defend Joan of Arc and say she was a very brave warrior, soldier, and leader during what, the 100 Years' War, was it? But Crack Amico made a good point. She probably has a shitty long-range jumper, so fuck her too. Crack really has a way of breaking shit down where you really can't deny him.
Ain't trying to hear about
Don't you think, Chad?
Fuck you, Aaron.
Sorry.
Susan B. Anthony, rather watch highlights of Carmelo Anthony. I keep the strap on my waist like I'm Anthony. I keep my bitch underage like I'm Anthony. I fuck
Oh, gee. So now Anthony's catching flack from Crack. This was supposed to be a dumb cunt song, and now Anthony's a predator. Anthony, there was that story where Anthony was dating a girl so young that he had to take her to pediatrics when she had, oh, God. That's another where there's smoke, there's fire thing, man. You can't deny shit like that. That's weird. Anyone who lands their punches that close to the belt line is probably landing a few low blows. That's all.
Rage like I'm Anthony. I fuck Sue Lightning. Now they call me Tranthony. Whoa. Back to the topic like kitty hole back in the kitchen. Back in the kitchen. What time about you feeling when you get done mopping and doing the dishes? All of these bitches, they used to get mad when I told them to show me their titties. Now they do this shit on their own for empowerment. Damn, it's so easy to trick them.
See, now that's what we were talking about earlier today. And thank you, Crack Amico. Another wonderful jam from Crack. But we were talking about that today, about how like the left has completely tricked women into thinking doing exactly what they want you to do is somehow empowering. Hey, go to work. Don't tell them that we're only telling them to go to work so we can get more tax revenue and destabilize the nuclear family and make it easy for socialism to take root. Don't tell them that them going to work is going to cause higher rates of depression and medication amongst young women. Don't tell them that. Just tell them it's empowering. Tell them to just shove things in their pussy on OnlyFans for money. Don't tell them it's short money and only a handful of them will ever get rich. Just tell them to do it because it'll demoralize them and make them feel like shit, and they'll be easier to control. Don't ever date or marry someone with an OnlyFans. If you date or marry someone with an OnlyFans, you shouldn't be able to look yourself in the mirror as a man. I've done a lot of shit in the last year of my life that makes me go, look, if you can't admit this and admit that this was a fucking beta-ass move, you can't ever repair yourself and look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm a man now, because that's just some gay fucking shit. And being with a woman who has an OnlyFans where she's getting naked and showing guys her tits and stuff like that, I'm sorry. You can't be a man, dude. That's just some old school shit. That's one of those old school rules that'll never change and can't be broken. You can't have respect for yourself if your woman gets to whore herself out on camera for other men. Porn, OnlyFans, the whole deal. I'm sorry. And have you ever watched those guys who talk about how empowering it is or whatever? You ever watch them? As they're talking, it's like they're trying to convince themselves because they know they're not convincing you. But as they talk about it, they're staring down at the floor, they're staring away, and you can tell that they're just trying to make it make sense to them because they probably asked their woman to quit. She's like, fuck you, no. I know what that's like, asking someone you're with to quit doing something destructive and they just fucking attack you. You then try to justify it because you've been fucking worked over. Just stay away from those broads. I guarantee you, the chick you're fucking that has an OnlyFans, there's one, A, a lot smarter, B, a lot more successful, and C, a lot better looking around the corner. I promise you. Mussolini Dip with $5 says, we also have a shortage of Canadians grifting right-wing in U.S. politics. We need more. Hey, Crowder. Yeah. Oh, not that one. Get in there. Los Federales with $2. This isn't very nice. He says Keanu's new name should be Skittle Tits. It's funny, but it's not very nice. It's a funny line, but it's mean. $10 away from today. Roots Calhoun says, Aaron, man, please, bro, think about that. Think about what? The no OnlyFans? Don't date a chick with an OnlyFans. Please, don't. What? Roots, why wouldn't... Please, bro, think about this. What do you mean? Who better to tell you to stay away from the pitfalls of bitch moves than me? I'm the source, brother. $10 away from today. Thank you for those $7, guys. I actually agree with numero uno Josh Denny fan. We should do this with ones. Dr. Silverwolf says, morning, boss. How's it going? I'm just sitting here eating a quick trip burrito, watching you. You've got a squirrel in your yard, by the way. Stop noticing that I'm watching you. Look what you've started, Roots. I'm sorry. No, who started that? Cheese. Jesus Christ, Roots. I'm sorry. I called you Cheese. My bad, buddy. Yeah, Roots says, don't let your wife have an OnlyFans, but totally let a cokehead lawyer. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm the guy who made those mistakes. You've got me confused for the other guy. I actually think it was disgusting and shameful and regretful, and I think I was a monster and a piece of shit for doing it. It's terrible. Destroyed everybody. You got to rebuild from that. So, Roots, I'm saying I'm the guy that, I'm like Joey Knish. I'm giving you this from my own bad beats, as it were. And I've heard your music. You know all about bad beats. You know what? No, that wasn't okay. No. Roots has been nothing but good to us. That was a cheap shot. Yeah, Helgi says, consider the source. Trucker, we're going to watch your video next, actually. And Vance, thank you for the $20. Oh, we didn't do it with $1 at a time. God damn it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Vance with $20. It's over for today, guys. We knocked it out. Cheese says, hey, my side piece makes really good money on OnlyFans. I mean, side piece, though, that's about the respect she deserves. So you've got that going for you. Thanks, buddy. All right, that's it's been hit today. Guys, it's another perfect week for the toe. It's all over. We've won again. You put us back in the black, and now the pull tab fund is still intact. Helgi says, if you date OnlyFans and try to brag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
That's never going away, is it? All right, Trucker sent us this of Kamala Harris. She was at a rally, and I guess someone yelled out, "Jesus is king." And she told them they were at the wrong rally. Someone should have yelled out Allahu Akbar right after and see what happens. She was like, "Oh, bless you. Salam alaikum, alaikum salam."
Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally.
Anti-Christian rhetoric and anti-Christian approach to public policy.
I just, for those of you who send in clips from now on, this is not me being a dick. I'm just telling you for my own thing. If it's got a loud, obnoxious Johnny Rock style music bed in it, I can't hang in there quite as long.
I don't think that that's right. Jesus is king. And I don't think that we've seen.
I mean, I personally believe Jesus is king, but to each their own. To each their own. 09 Canyon says there is a difference between does OnlyFans and did OnlyFans when they were 19 and wised up. Oh, yeah, no. People are allowed to make mistakes and have a past and make good on it. Absolutely. If that were the case, I wouldn't be with SP right now. If I were still thinking like, yeah, that was rad, man, that was fucking cool, nobody would want me. I'd be a fucking disgusting, degenerate piece of shit, a worthless pig. But because you're contrite and because you move on with your life and you realize the mistakes you made, you can now make yourself more presentable and someone might love you, which is nice. Death Beholden says someone should have yelled, "You're in the wrong country." Oh, that's not very nice. Suicide Jockey, about us hitting the goal, says finished early. That's long been Aaron's MO. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says Jesus is Mexican. You're in the wrong rally, essay. That's what I say. So you know how like all the media says that if Trump gets elected, he's going to throw all of his political opponents in jail and he's going to try and get everybody locked up. And you know how like the Biden administration has unironically been trying to lock Donald Trump up for the last 4 years? Well, Joe Biden, honest to God, I think he's trying to lose the election for Kamala Harris. I don't think it's any secret now that Joe Biden feels like he was thrown out in a coup, and I think the reason he thinks that is because, well, he was thrown out in a coup. But I think he's now low-key trying to bury Kamala Harris because he's going out in public and doing these speaking engagements, which I don't even know why he is. They should just have him under lock and key until January. But he's out there making these speaking engagements, and he's saying shit that really kind of fucks up Kamala's campaign that they have to stop and address it. We're going to play that clip in just a second here. But first, this person says, when you shoot a deer, the first thing you do is tag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Wait a minute. Hold on. This person writing in, happy 1-year anniversary of the meeting that changed both of your lives. Chrissy Mayer comedy show was 10/21/23. I thought it was the 26th that the Chrissy Mayer comedy show was. Oh, no. We missed the 1-year anniversary of the meeting of the polycule and the licking my face and all that gay shit. Ah, damn. Los Federales with $5. Thank you, pal. He says, can we please play this in full? Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says Gino likes the OnlyFans chicks. He ain't lying, bro. All right, let's see what Los Federales sent us. Then we'll do the Joe Biden thing. I'm not playing this whole thing. I'm not playing 3 minutes of Rucka Ali. No offense to Rucka Ali, but a little bit of him goes a long fucking way. See, it's a dog, and he's rapping about being Hitler in a thing. See what I mean about like the little bit goes a long way? Because it's like, okay, I get the premise of the Rucka Rucka Ali song, but now it's just, okay, Jews. I got it. We got to take these kids back to school. Brevity is the soul of wit, says the guy who beats this to death every day.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
All right, Biden on Trump. Remember, the narrative on Donald Trump is that if he gets elected, we're all fucked. He's going to throw everybody he doesn't like in jail. All of his political opponents are going to be thrown in the slammer like MC Hammer. He's a bad guy. Well, here was Joe Biden this week on the old campaign trail.
It's not a joke. This is a guy who also wants to replace every civil servant, every single one. Thinks he has a right under the Supreme Court ruling on immunity to be able, if need be, if it was the case, to actually physically eliminate, shoot, kill someone who he believes to be a threat to him.
I'm glad. I know that Trump would have had an easier time beating Biden than Harris. I get that. But I'm really glad that this guy dropped out of the race. I know he didn't want to. I know he was forced to. But this is hard to watch, man. Even if you don't like Joe Biden, you got to remember this guy's the president still. This guy can't talk. This guy can't form a thought. This guy is saying wacky shit that doesn't even make any sense. He's like, he thinks he has the authority on the Constitution from the court to eliminate, shoot the people he thinks are a threat to him. What? What the fuck are you talking about, old man? Okay, so what are we going to do about it, Joe?
Shoot, kill someone who he believes to be a threat to him. I mean, so I know this sounds bizarre. It sounds like if I said this 5 years ago, you'd lock me up. We got to lock him up. Politically lock him up.
Ah, you see, politically. That's like when Red Bar does that thing like, we have to destroy him professionally. It's just that little caveat at the end there. I think he kind of knows what he did. Like he had a rare moment of clarity and he was like, we got to lock him up. Politically, lock him up. Like, yeah, we heard what you said. Did you hear what I said? Wants to lock him up. Like, this is not a secret, by the way. We know they've been projecting all the shit they've been doing to him the last 4 years onto him. They've been going, oh, he's going to lock everybody up. Meanwhile, they're saying, we got to lock this guy up. Trump's not talking about throwing Joe Biden in jail. He's not talking about throwing Kamala Harris in jail. The only political opponent he's had that he's talked about throwing in jail is Hillary Clinton, but that's because Hillary Clinton legit broke federal law. He wanted her email. She shared her confidential emails on a private server. Remember when they wanted to throw Trump in jail for having classified documents at Mar-a-Lago? Yeah. She had classified documents on an unsecured email. That's illegal. So they want to throw him in prison for the same thing that he wanted to investigate Hillary Clinton for. But he's the bad guy because he wanted to have one person maybe thrown in jail. Yeah. You know what? 09 Canyon with a good point, too. I thought all citizens had the right to eliminate someone that was a threat to them. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about fear of felonious bodily harm, we all have the right to eliminate people who are doing that. I mean, that is actually one of the self-defense rights you're still afforded in this country. Over 800 of you checking out the show at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe. I appreciate both of you being here. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, so both of them are guilty. No, when it comes to the confidential documents thing, I do believe that should be investigated. Both of them. I think that Trump's should be investigated, which it is, and it has been. But Biden's should be investigated and Hillary's should be investigated. Again, it's more of an either it's all okay or none of it's okay thing. Oh, yeah. Here you go. Saturday, October 21st. Chrissy Mayer live in Sartell, Minnesota. Yep. So I missed it. I missed the anniversary. Oh, god darn it to heck shoot. What do you do? Redman says the president is the one and only person that can declassify anything at any time. Right, but the thing is you have to declassify it first. You can't just take them out. You got to make sure you do you got to wave the magic wand and go bibbity boppity boo before that. Let's talk about while I open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, and we've got about an hour and a half left in today's show. Thank you. Everyone thank Maddie B for throwing $250 at us today. We were able to knock out today's goal very, very early on in the show, and that's very kind of you guys. We got to talk about our pals at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Something very funny sent to me. All Care Towing with a great selection of trucks and wreckers for motorcycles, all the way up to heavy-duty equipment. All Care Towing has what you need to get you to where you need to be when your car breaks down, or you get in an accident, or you go in the ditch, or you lock your keys in your car, you get a flat tire and you can't find your gear to fix it, repair it, and replace it. All Care Towing will take care of all of it for you. Don't worry. And nobody's there quicker than All Care Towing of St. Cloud. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our pals at Midland have a great selection of firearms. They have a great selection of ammo, optics, knives, parts and gear. You name it, they've got it. Midland Armory. Call Derek and Tracy today, or go online and get a hold of them at midlandarmory.com. Again, that's midlandarmory.com. Nobody better. Midland Armory. midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Guys, how about bike night and a Vikings game? Go to Stoney's tonight and watch the Vikings beat the fucking dog shit out of the Rams. And then Saturday, I think the Gophers are going to kick the shit out of Maryland. It's going to be a good sports weekend for Minnesota, man. And enjoy it all at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go see him today. Enjoy the patio. The weather's still nice. Grab a beer, grab a cocktail, grab a pizza, grab a friend. Live music on the weekends. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Now, with this next story, let's go to, we got to clear up a couple of these. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan says, lock them all up. Swift Amico 2024. Oh, shit. $1 from Rachel says, maybe missing the anniversary is why Nick went off the deep end. Oh, like I didn't acknowledge that it had been 1 year since we met, and that upset. I'm sorry. Oh my God, you might be right. I'm so sorry. It is my fault. Here I thought it was just heartbrokenness, and he missed me, and he's hurt. I missed the anniversary. You ever get told something and you're like, it all makes sense now, and I feel like a piece of shit? That got me right here. Cheetos let me know it is the last bike night of the season as well. So if you want to get your bike out to Stoney's tonight for one of the last times this year, it is the last bike night of the season. Oh, yeah, because Thursday's Halloween and bike night ends in October, at the end of October. So Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. And then I'm assuming, Cheetos, that on Thursday, people come in dressed up next week, do some costuming and shit. Absolutely. NF Caps says, Aaron, taking them out of the White House is considered declassification. It's a precedence Obama set up. Why would the boss have to ask permission from his employees to declassify his property? Interesting. Dead Game says, that's why florists exist, Aaron. Shit, see? I fucked up. 09 Canyon says, Nick was hoping you would come back with an apology and reconcile for your anniversary. I'm a fucking asshole. Dead Game says you can still remember that special day. West Coast Patriot Girl, did you even get him a card? No. Chad, I'm feeling really bad about this.
Fuck you, Aaron.
Oh, okay. Well, I was looking for some sympathy. You don't have anything encouraging to say?
Fuck you, Aaron.
Okay. Kevin, I'm feeling really bad about this. Do you have any advice?
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Okay. You know, there's a very simple reason as to why I missed this, as why I missed the anniversary. A lot of people think it's because I've adjusted well and I've moved on and it's in the past, so I forgot about it. It's actually more of a schedule thing. I guess, let me explain it to you in song. I missed the anniversary simply because actually, I heard the reason that Nick is so mad is because he got all them teeth and no toothbrush. Something wrong with that boy's medulla oblongata. All right, a man. Now, I'm not trying to do law tube here. I'm not trying to hone in on Sean's territory. You know, both of us considered great legal minds. Both of us wonderful litigators in our own right. But I'm not trying to hone in on Sean's shit here. But this Karen Reed trial, now, off top, I don't know shit about this Karen Reed thing. She's accused of killing her boyfriend. He was a cop. She hit him with her car. Left him to die outside in a blizzard. That I'm getting this all from a CNN story. His battered body was found in the snow outside of his home. So they want to bury her under the jail because she killed a cop. It's also a rare form of the woman committing domestic abuse on the police officer. Usually we flip that around in our society. So this Karen Reed trial is something that a lot of the legal beagles are watching very closely. It only caught my attention because of this story, because I'm a retard who's distracted by shiny things. There's a man that's being accused of peppering homes and businesses with rubber ducks and fake $100 bills bearing messages supporting Karen Reed, and now faces criminal charges, the latest twist in a high-profile case that has deeply divided a Boston suburb. Can someone catch me up here? What's the divide? It sounds like she hit this guy with a Lexus, left him there to die. What's the defense on her end? Like, was she a battered woman? Did he take the last piece of chicken? Like, why is this divided, the Boston suburb? Some people will simp for women no matter what. Is this Karen Reed even hot? Like I said, when I said that I don't know shit about this, I don't know shit about this. Images. I mean, she's cute-ish. Crazy eyes like a motherfucker. Yeah, she's pretty cute. But not like I defend her running a guy over with her car cute. She's kind of got that weird AOC crazy eyes look. Not for me. Okay, so Karen Reed, middle-aged, kind of cute, milfy-looking broad, ran over her cop husband with a car. But now some guy is apparently dropping off rubber duckies at witnesses' houses and what a weird fucking form of witness tampering or witness intimidation. I mean, usually if you want to commit witness intimidation, you just get your friend to dox the guy's house on Telegram. That's how most people commit witness tampering. I mean, you do it openly, you do it so they know that you're supposed to be intimidated. Not that I know anything about it, but you don't put rubber duckies on. I mean, rubber duckies is like the gayest form of witness intimidation. Now, Richard Schiffler Jr. is charged with witness intimidation, criminal harassment, and littering. Oh, littering and witness intimidation. The Stoughton County District Court told CNN he was set to appear in court yesterday in the criminal matter, which some area residents are calling Duckgate. Reed is accused of killing her boyfriend. Reed's attorneys argue that she was framed as part of a conspiracy to protect people at the Fairview Roadhouse that night. Oh, shit. They allege someone inside the home fatally beat O'Keefe, dumped his body on the lawn, and then conspired through fabricated evidence and false testimony to frame Reed. That sounds a little far-fetched to me. Some people in the chat are saying the Boston Police Department is incredibly corrupt. So what? They murdered a guy and then made it look like a crazy bitch hit him with the car? Does her car have damage where she would have hit him? I mean, there's an easy way to figure this out. What did they do? Murder him and then take baseball bats to her vehicle? I don't know. It sounds a little far-fetched to me. There's an easy way to decide this. I mean, you got to hit someone pretty hard to kill him, right? Take a look at the vehicle. Is the vehicle all beat to piss? Okay. Reed has pleaded not guilty, and her trial ended in a mistrial in July. A retrial is set to begin in January. Oh, shit. The case has spawned a rabid group of supporters who believe Reed is innocent. Some have held protests outside the courthouse, carrying signs saying, "Free Karen Reed," while others have taken more extreme measures. Aidan Kearney, a Massachusetts blogger nicknamed Turtle Boy. God, this is a gay case. I thought Boston was a tough guy town. We got rubber duckies. We got Turtle Boy. Can my handle be Cut Cat? He pleaded not guilty in October of last year to charges of witness intimidation and conspiracy after he allegedly called and sent messages to witnesses and investigators in Reed's case. And in a recent statement of fact, Canton police accused Schiffler of leaving rubber ducks and fake money with messages outside homes and businesses belonging to key witnesses in the case. Again, I don't really know what the intimidating part of the rubber ducky is supposed to signify. I don't understand the threat there with the rubber duckies, but I guess witness intimidation is witness intimidation, right? Again, I mean, a more direct way to do it is just, like dox a house or something like that. I don't know anyone who's done that. But don't do it yourself. You got to get a friend to do it so you have some plausible deniability. That person will still get a call from police, but, and they'll give them all the information, but maybe it won't stick to you. NF Cap says her boyfriend died in the cop house, and the cops are trying to frame her. The reporter who broke the story is also getting harassed and spent many weeks in jail because of the guilty cops. Oh, fuck. Chevrolet JB, did anyone's heart get ripped out? Roadhouse. Beco Cat says, yep, they basically scapegoated Karen and the damage was done post-accident, basically. So did she okay. Did she hit him with the car? Dive Bar says, yeah, but there was also an issue with the security of evidence. Okay, this is starting to make a little sense. The bump was just a single event. The rest cascaded after. West Coast Patriot Girl says she's on camera breaking the taillight when she went looking for him. Okay. No, her car didn't have damage until it came out of the cop's evidence garage. Oh, fuck. So this might be legit. She might actually be not guilty of this. This isn't like it's a conspiracy. So the Boston cops are that fucking rat shit that she might actually be right. They might actually have the wrong person and that they beat this guy to death and then blamed it on her and damaged her car. All the experts say she didn't hit him with the car. They had blood snow in red Solo cups. What the fuck? Las Tejas says Minnesota cops are no different. I don't know. They couldn't save Derek Chauvin. They didn't. Yeah, J-Bra's right. I could go as Nancy Grace for Halloween based on how uneducated I am on this topic. By the way, someone pointing out Chad's show has been taken down from yesterday. Somebody was pulling gay ops on the Chad Zumock clip because the Clippers who put it up had theirs taken down. Chad Zumock had his taken down. I took mine down voluntarily because I don't want to strike. And if people are pulling gay ops, and you know who it was, then that's going to be, they're going to be judged for that, like as far as the internet goes. So that's no skin off anyone's back. Big John Studd, the cop's son killed him in their house. So it is. I see why people are so intrigued by this Karen Reed thing now. Okay, it all makes sense. God damn, man. I think during overtime we'll probably talk a little Vikings-Rams. We'll also talk a little NFL games we got coming up this week. I'm excited for all of it. I'm starting to, I'm glad that I think the Vikings have a Thursday night game. We have a Sunday night game. In fact, our next game is a Sunday night game. And then we have a Monday night game as well this year. So we have 3 primetime games. The tail end, I will be very honest with you, the tail end of shows are going to be very hard for me to lean into when a Vikings game is on that day, because I'm starting to, not only am I starting to think about, the Vikings are on, I'm really excited about that. SP and I are going to watch the game together. But it's hard to focus on the show when you're like, fucking Vikings 6-1. And who do the Lions play this week? NFL schedule. Who do the, maybe I got to get this, shit out of my system now. Who do the Lions have? Oh, the Titans at Lions? Yeah, we're not taking. We'll be in first place after tonight if we win, but the Lions will take it back if they beat the fucking Titans. Jesus. Packers at Jaguars. Packers ain't losing. Ooh, Bears at Commanders. The Bears could lose. That would be nice. But I don't have a lot of faith in the Titans helping us out this week. Where are they sitting? 1-5. Yeah. We've got games coming up against the Colts, the Jags, and the Titans, and the Colts are somehow 4-3, but we'll take care of them. It's here. It's at the bank. The Jags are 2-5, and the Titans are 1-5, so that's 3 more wins for the Vikings, so that gets us to 8 wins. We got a win against the Bears coming, another win against the Packers coming at home. So that gets us up to 10 wins. Who else do we have this year? Got to have a few more light touches. Oh, we got the Seahawks. I think we'll beat the Seahawks. We got the Cardinals coming up. So that's 7 more wins. Falcons, that'll be a tough one. Yeah, I think, you know what? I think 13-4, 12-5 is probably pretty accurate for us. You can get to 14-3, but you're going to have to beat the Lions in Detroit to do it. We can get there, man. It would be really nice to meet the Lions again in the NFC Championship game. Boy, would that be fun. Carlos says if the Packers lose to the Jags, give Wisconsin to Canada. Oof. West Coast Patriot Girl says Gino's on Mersh's show now saying the Dabbleverse is obsessed with him. 38 viewers. Oh, no. Gino's saying the Dabbleverse is obsessed with him? I'll be very honest. And, I don't dislike Gino. But he better thank his lucky stars that, Chad covers him or any of these Dabbleverse people cover him, because he's been gone from YouTube for 2 weeks now, and he's going to come back, and he won't crack 100 live viewers. Keanu can't crack 50 live viewers. After he was done with the charity gig that was Compound, how do I put it? I think the sooner those two both realize that their entertainment careers are over, the happier they're going to be and the better lives they're going to be able to pursue. Because thankfully, they don't have expensive lifestyles and they don't have children. I think if they move to the cheapest part of town and they get Joe jobs, I think they'll be a lot better off, and I think they'll be a lot more productive. And they'll make a lot more money. The entertainment thing it's over. It's done for them. It was done when Compound closed down. I mean, Keanu's never really had an entertainment career. Gino did, and now it's done. So That's, people are saying like, oh, there's a debut, there's a premiere on YouTube. Now, that's not Mersh's channel. Mersh doesn't have a YouTube channel. He can't have one. That's a Mersh A-log channel. They don't like Mersh. They make fun of him. But 38 people watching Gino talk about the Dabbleverse. I mean, yeah, that's pretty par for the course. And yeah, Mersh has this weird thing with me now too, and you can just tell. I can tell when people send me clips of Mersh talking about me, I'm like, this is coming from a pain in Mersh. Like, this is Mersh unhappy with something in himself, and he's trying to force it to be thrown at me. And it's just, and it's sad to watch him, because I've been watching ROTC since I think like around when Trump started running for president. And you can actually watch in 9 years what's like, you watch someone physically destroying themselves. And then you just see the chain smoking and the drugs and the booze. And it's just like, it's a Dare commercial for how that shit really does rot your brain. It's too bad. Stephen Bravo with $2, thank you, says, does that shirt come with the Windows error prompt? Thank you, buddy. Yeah, Mersh also has this idea that there's going to be the great Kevin Sullivan Dungeon of Doom alliance to end Hulkamania with Steel Toe. It's like, no offense, buddy, but you and your guys have been trying that for 6 months now. There's nothing to kill. This is just, it is what it is. Stephen Bravo also gifting a membership. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it. Keanu will go back to Only Simps. There's no money on there, There's no money on it in it at all. Honky says, to be honest, Keanu had a podcast called The Week in Sex where she boasted about her countless threesomes and Eskimo sistering with her mom. Yeah, but as you get older and you get closer to 35, 40 years old, nobody wants to listen to you talk about sex, Stephen Bravo says, finish the goal. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Stephen, it's over. Oh my God, did I not? I'm so sorry, Stephen Bravo. No, it's done. I didn't take it off of YouTube. I'm sorry. There we go. No, we knocked it out a while ago. NJ Ranger says, there's your problem, Aaron. I don't want to do a show talking about sex. NJ Ranger. We had a lot of fun last night. Go to Rumble, go to Facebook to watch last night's evening show. We had a lot of fun with the Chad stuff and the Tim Pool stuff, but also NJ Ranger was in there getting me to read liner IDs, both as myself and as other people. I had a blast doing that. And I did say, dude, if you're a Steel Toe hate channel or you're a Steel Toe like channel or whatever, and you ever want me to read any kind of liner or tag, that shit is fun. I'll fuck around with that and send it over to you anytime. I don't mind at all. The talking shit on the internet stuff, that I find that all just kind of fun, It's all just kind of wacky, and when people are like, I'm obsessed with Aaron, I'm going to make clips of him and I'm going to shit on him, I'm like, that's fair, right? That's all fun and games. I'm doing my show where I shit on stuff and tell you what I think. They should get to do a show about me where they talk shit about me and say stuff and talk shit. And I think it would be kind of funny if they had a liner of the guy they're shitting on introducing you to their channel. I like the idea. It's all nonsense. It's all fun and games anyway. Spirit Airlines. You ever flown? I won't do it. I'll pay $150. How much? Let's pick a random destination. Let's pick Nashville, Tennessee. Let's go on Expedia and pick. How much extra do you have to pay not to fly Spirit? Flights leaving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, going to Nashville, Tennessee, one traveler. Let's see what Spirit is, and let's see what the next most expensive option is. Because no matter what it is, the stories you hear about Spirit, you got to be willing to just take the next one or just not travel. Where is, how do we sort by, Aaron, stop being a fucking boomer. Sort this thing. Here we go. Sort by price, lowest to highest. Here we go. Sun Country Airlines, which isn't, it's not dreadful. Sun Country's at $177 round trip. Oh, Spirit Spirit's not offering anything. What's the most expensive one? $382 with a stop in Chicago? Fuck that noise, American Airlines. Alaska Airlines, Minneapolis to with a stop in Seattle? $785? I'll be okay. That's all right. I love that that flight is not direct. It's less convenient, and you still have to pay a shitload more. How about direct flights? Let's go direct. Here we go. Only 5 nonstop flights to Nashville. Sun Country Delta 332. I like a good Delta flight. 442 Delta. Hey, Mikey with $2 says, love me some Jiminy Glick. I did that once for fun. I had a great time doing it. And that motherfucker, Jesse P.S., just had people come in and just shit on the Jiminy Glick impression. You're not knocking me off of it. Ever. Atomic Ray, yeah, Kiki quote, you're not allowed to clip me. Her whole thing with the clippers was the biggest, most destructive thing she ever did to herself. If she ever wonders why 30 people are watching her at a time, that's a big reason why. Those clippers drive people to your channel. Those clippers cause people to find you. You know, and just because you're saying stupid shit and that's what people are clipping, I mean, maybe that is kind of an indication of your talent level. You say stupid shit. That's what they clip. Not everything they clip of me is me saying stupid shit. Some of it absolutely is. But she got mad about clipping, and Chrissy got her all gassed up and was like, you can file a, Frank Pellegrino used to tell me to do takedowns on people all the time. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Frank. I'm not judging what you're doing, but I don't roll that way. I don't do that shit. If people want to, he wanted me to strike Melton. And I'm like, I'm not going to strike Patrick Melton. He's allowed to do his thing. And I also told him, like I said a year ago, I was like, this guy will self-destruct. Bingo was his name-o. He wanted me to strike they wanted me to strike Chad early on. Strike Chad's channel. No. You don't strike people because they're clipping you. They should be allowed to clip you. I want to live in a world where people can have a little fun clipping. It's just fucking YouTube. All right? It's just fucking YouTube. It's not a big deal. And you're allowed to clip people. And the minute you start going after these clippers, man, if I were those clippers, I'd only clip embarrassing shit of people who try to pull that fucking nonsense. Stephen Bravo with $2 says, here's another $2 to stick it to the Rumble chat. Aw, shit. Rumble chat, Stephen Bravo's talking shit. What are you going to do about it? I like getting caught in the middle of these pissing matches. It makes me money. I hate that Gino hit it and quit it. Aaron was developing feelings, says Jay Bra. So sad. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, is it true that Frank Pellegrino is supposedly bisexual? I've never heard that. I've never heard anything about that topic in ever at all. Honky says, I like Keanu's gloating about her Ponzi scheme podcast company deal with zero audience. Yeah, you don't get paid to do a podcast to 30 people. That's definitely just some kind of, I've had those people come to me, and it's not a podcast deal. It's like, hey, we're a grouping of podcasts and we just promote each other's work. Do you want to join in with us? And you go, no, that's okay. But if you have, I'll say this, if you have 30 people watching you at a time, it can't hurt. It definitely can't hurt. So I understand why she would need it. It's just people who have an audience don't need it. It's something you do to try to build an audience. Spirit Airlines apparently staying on brand. I actually don't think this is that bad. A lot of people shared this. This went viral yesterday. Apparently there were rats on a Spirit Airlines flight. And to be honest, if you're flying for $95, you don't get to be surprised that there's rats on the flight. You don't get to be mad at the rats on your cheap plane. If you shell out double-digit money to fly in an airplane through the sky, you don't get to be mad at rodents on the plane. Oh, and by the way, I found this funny. Bigot on Socialist Media says Keanu's latest video, Steel Toe copes with our success. Oh, honey. Oh, sweetie. The Skittles have gone to your brain. Yeah, we're at like the lowest part of our show from like 9:30 to 10:30, and we're about 800 people watching right now. It's not even figuring Kick and Facebook. So yeah, I wasn't a math major. Is 800 more than 30? Like 800 is not a massive amount. It's not a huge number. It's still a very small show, but I'm pretty sure it's less than 30. Oh, somebody also sent me something. They go, Aaron, you'll think this is funny. Apparently Reddit has a really hard time with the fact that I pretend to talk to someone off mic. I thought people knew that that was a thing I've been doing since the radio days, like pretending someone's in my headphones, pretending to look off this way. Apparently that upsets them greatly. I'll try to limit it in the future, or when I say put the camera back on me, that's been a running joke forever that I can't fucking run basic equipment, and so that I'm instructing myself to do something for myself. I felt really bad when I saw, I mean, I laughed, but I did see that people were like, he doesn't have a fucking producer. He's pretending he has a producer. And like that muttering J guy was upset about it. He needs to quit pretending he's on radio. I'm like, it's just wacky, goofy, silly, hacky theater of the mind things, guys. We don't have to get so mad about this shit. Just take it easy. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, just heard a super chat saying Frank might be bisexual. I don't know, but it sounds like it really could be true. I've never heard that. Never once in my life have I heard that. Oh, and also, yesterday we talked about it a little bit. Is Johnny like legit for a shoot mad about the futon bit? I thought he was kidding yesterday, and someone said like, Aaron, he wasn't kidding. They're like, Johnny's like getting pissed at us for continuously bringing up the futon thing. I don't know. Like, do a lot of people bring up the futon thing in his chat? Like, is it getting to be a bit rich? I don't know. Pistachio says, it's a really funny bit, Aaron. You should keep doing it. Well, I mean, it gets people really upset. I kind of like that. But it's just kind of a stupid, retarded thing I do. It's not meant to be funny or anything. It's just a silly thing. I didn't realize I was offending so many people. I'm sorry. I'll behave better. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is the rat on the Spirit Airlines flight. Oh, he's just in the lights. That's fine. Come on. He's having a little fun. Go. Let's watch that again. I can't really make it out. Oh, fuck. That's a goddamn mutant rat. Jesus Christ, that thing is huge. Go back. Oh, wait, did I just instruct a producer that doesn't exist? I'm going to make people mad. Go back. Go back. Why can't I rewind you? Watch how big that motherfucker is. Look at that. That's just the front end. God, rats can get huge. Look at the size of that thing. Mrs. Risby and the rats of Nim over here hanging out in a Spirit flight. Where is that in relation to the plane? Is that just above? There's just a space above the cabin? I love that guy. What in the fuck? I mean, I bet you can't find a video of a rat on the airplane on fucking American. Bet you don't find it on Delta. You're the one who decided to fly Spirit, homeboy. I don't know what to tell you. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1. I like this. Can we just do super chats the rest of the show? I want to do the last hour of the show like I'm fucking Kevin Brennan.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Sorry, Kev. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says Johnny is the star of the show. Some diva-ish flare-ups are to be expected. Vidam with $5 says, I love how mad Aaron used to get on the radio when the radio station equipment didn't work or was unplugged. It was very funny. Don't say that. People are going to get mad, man. People are going to get mad. Numero uno, Josh. I don't understand hating on someone and then getting more upset and triggered than they get. Like, you get mad at them, you get angry, you lash out, and they smile and laugh and go, come on in. Guys, I don't think that's how trolling's supposed to work. You're supposed to make me mad. I'm not supposed to make you mad. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, any truth to the chatter about Frank climbing poles during the day and sitting on poles at night? I don't believe that's true. $2 from Bridget Von Hammerdiff says, I've heard 2 times now, Peregrine may be bi. And now I was asked about it, and I said, absolutely not. Honky says that rat was Gino flying free to a gig in L.A. Oh, man. Thermodyne Diesel says they like to chew on wires. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not a fucking problem. Like, that could really be an issue. You do have to. Look, it's funny because it's Spirit, and Spirit is a discount airline, and you should expect rats on your plane. That doesn't mean you shouldn't trap and kill the motherfucker. You got to get him. He could cause some damage. Jesus. I am in no way giving this rat a pass. Let's go to Hulk Hogan on the Patrick Bet David podcast. I love Hulkster clips, man. Last time we saw Hulk, he was introducing Trump, right? He was making a speech about Trump at the RNC. Patrick Bet David, Hulk Hogan. I want to find a better clip than a Mediaite clip. Fuck a Mediaite clip, homeboy. Here we go. Here's some Hulkster clips from his show with Patrick Bet David. So Hulk kind of jumped into the whole presidential election gimmick. And he's always been kind of a Republican, but he likes Trump.
I realize sometimes the neighbors don't talk to each other and the Democrats and Republicans don't talk. And I said,
Bro, the Republicans and Democrats play golf together. Let's not pretend they don't.
So much more alike than we are different. That if we had a beer and we could just have a conversation like in the dressing room, instead of going out and getting beat up in the ring all the time, sometimes I sit down with my opponent. I say, hey, let's have a beer and talk about it. Even if you don't like me, we got to go work together.
Hulk bringing it right back to wrestling. There you go. Maybe we could, something, brother. Maybe we could just, we could do a blood capsule instead of blading in the ring. We don't want to get cut open the hard way. Hulkster. I love it when people try to be poignant and compare it to their thing. It's like, yo, man, in the NBA, that is a lot like politics because sometimes, you fight the urge to dunk on your opponent, but it's like you don't want to embarrass him too bad, so you'll lay it up. I think the Republicans need to start laying it up against the Democrats to stop dunking on them. Oh, see, now I get it because I was retarded before. But you made it basketball terms, and now I get it. Now I understand. Is that really all he said on the fucking Patrick Bet David podcast that was worth checking out? What did he sucked Trump's dick a little bit. That's what Mediaite was upset about. But we don't have any really good Hulk Hogan, Patrick Bet David clips. Oh no. Did the fucking Hulkster interview go off with a whimper? All right, let's check it out. What did the Hulkster say to PBD? They don't even play a fucking clip on Mediaite.
I don't really show.
Look at that. This is what Mediaite does. This is how lazy of a website they are. They go, here, Hulk Hogan said this. And they don't even give you a timestamp. They just give you the hour-and-a-half interview. Fucking lazy bastards. So Vice President Kamala Harris describes former President Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. Oh, yeah, did you hear about this story? Retired General John Kelly, who served as Trump's chief of staff, described him as pro-fascist and claims he said Hitler did some good things. But Hulk Hogan painted the opposite picture in an interview with podcaster Patrick Bet David. So Mediaite is doing this thing where they're like, respected Kamala Harris and General John Kelly, they say this about Trump, but this stupid gay wrestler guy says different. Who you gonna believe? Hogan recalled first meeting Trump when 2 WrestleMania events were held at a Trump-owned venue, WrestleMania 2 and WrestleMania 4. I didn't think he'd come to the shows, but he was there early. He came into the dressing room and met all the wrestlers. The next year, we went back again, and it was the same thing. We had such a good time at his venue, and we made so much money there because he gave us such a good deal that we went back again. He was the same guy. He's the same guy now that he was back then. He hasn't changed a bit. He's just a really quality person. It's amazing when you sit down and actually get to know the guy. Oh, so are you sure? Because these other people tell me that he's Hitler. And I'm not so sure. Sneed Dave Williams with $5 says, if you had to go with your gut, who's more likely to be bi? Frank or your average Minnesota bar associate? The Minnesota bar associate, there might probably that. And I don't know if it's bi as much as it is just, I don't think it's an attraction to either sex. I think it's just an attraction to physicality or sexuality or anything else. I don't think it's a straight or gay thing. I think it's just lack of self-control and really anything to feel some kind of closeness. I don't know. But Frank, no, everyone wants me to say that Frank is bi. I've never heard that before in my entire life. Ever. So this John Kelly saying that Trump is Hitler thing, this took off in all the right circles yesterday because The View had a postmenopausal meltdown over John Kelly saying, you know, it's amazing how much of our politics when it comes to Trump basically devolves into high school gossip. You know, journalists will be like, well, we don't want to report on this Hunter Biden laptop because we haven't done our professional journalistic due diligence, and we got to make sure that this fits journalistic integrity. And then when it comes to Donald Trump, they're like, did you hear some hookers pissed on a bed? It's like, have you fact-checked that story? We don't need to. It sounds really fucking good. I hear Hunter Biden was smoking crack with hookers in Ukraine, and it's all on a laptop. Well, we need to check into that 4 or 5 times, and we probably won't get that done before the election's over. And, well, you know, it could be Russian disinformation, so we don't just take things on gossip here. But the Trump hooker thing, oh, yeah, we're hearing they totally pissed on the bed. Okay. Do you have, like, third-party confirmation, journalist? Nah, but you know what? It sounds pretty solid to me. So now this retired General John Kelly, the retired 4-star general, says that Trump's praised Hitler before. Trump said that he did some good things, and we're just supposed to take that. There's no recording of it. There's no documentation of it. It's just John Kelly going, Trump praised Hitler before. And now everyone goes, wow, that's amazing. That's not hearsay at all. I really want to believe that. It's got to be true. Now, do I think that Trump said something to that effect? Probably. You've heard everybody say stupid shit like that. Like, well, you know, Hitler did fix the German economy and all of that stuff. Like, or the old joke, oh, the trains ran on time. And I don't really think it fucking matters. When you've got an economy that's in the shitter and inflation that sucks, I don't really care what the guy said about Hitler. It's kind of like abortion. You know, the Hitler issue has been settled. I think we've settled Hitler. I think that's been taken care of. Even if he got to Argentina, he'd be dead by now. So let's see how The View saw this John Kelly, Trump praising Hitler thing. I'm sure they took a remarkably well-balanced approach to it. Let's take a listen. Oh, we got an ad first because it's The View. I mean, The View, that's hot shit. We got to run an ad there.
Democracy is on the ballot.
Wait, I thought abortion was on the ballot. God damn. There's too many fucking things on the ballot this year. I'm getting confused. America's on the ballot. Abortion's on the ballot. What did she just say? Democracy?
Democracy is on the ballot.
No shit. Every election, you dumb twat, democracy's on the ballot. That's what the ballot is. The ballot is I promised myself I wouldn't get upset 2 seconds into a View video and I would let my audience watch it. I'm going to goosefraba. But democracy is on the ballot every fucking time there's a ballot. That's what a ballot is. That's like stirring food with a spoon in a kitchen and going, there's food on the spoon. There's always food on the fucking spoon. It's about to be heroin on mine. I'm getting stressed.
Since democracy is on the ballot, it's a phrase that a lot of people are using to describe this election. And you know who is former Chief of Staff John Kelly.
Does anyone else find that to be the most immature fucking babyish move ever? If you don't know, Whoopi Goldberg won't say Trump's name, and she says you know who. I'm sorry, but if you're on a talk show that discusses politics and you can't say one of their names, you're fired. Like, you're a fucking infant. You don't have the mental capacity to discuss these issues if you can't say one of the newsmakers' names. By the way, I guarantee you this is going to be funny. I guarantee you that in this clip, she will say Hitler. She may even say Adolf Hitler, which means that Whoopi Goldberg can say Adolf Hitler, but she can't say Trump's name. Bravo. Way to work yourself into a corner, Whoopi.
Wants everybody, voters, potential voters, people who are trying to figure out what they're doing. He wants you to take this literally. So he sat down with the New York Times to talk about who his former boss, looks up to and takes his cues from, and what he really thought of Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice for the country, our country. Take a look.
He basically said to you that those who died for America on the battlefield were losers and suckers, and he said it more than once.
Yes.
You know what? I absolutely believe that. I bet you that the American president, whose whole theme was Make America Great Again, I guarantee he said that Americans killed in battle were suckers and losers. This guy doesn't seem like he's part of like a military industrial complex or a deep state or anything like that. I mean, why would a former four-star general in any way feel an allegiance to an organization or a group that's looking to keep Trump out of office? So he called soldiers who died on the battlefield suckers and losers, right? Oh, yeah, totally. I heard he even called them poopy heads and dipshits. Ugh.
Wrap his arms around why people would serve the country in uniform. What was in it for them? He commented more than once that, that Hitler did some good things too.
What would you say when he said to you that Hitler did a lot of good things?
Well, I tell him that. I said, sir, if you first of all, you should never say that. But if you knew what Hitler was all about from the beginning to the end, everything he did was in support of his racist, fascist life, philosophy.
I will take things that never happened for 500, Alex. I guarantee that Trump didn't say, well, Hitler did some good things in Germany. Oh, yeah. John Kelly wants you to believe that he then sat Trump down and gave him this big, eloquent speech of, well, Mr. President, everything he did was in the service of his racist, hateful, demonic ideology. And shut the fuck up, you fucking bleeding deacon. No fucking way. Oh, I sat him down and I gave him a good talking to.
Well, it certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, for sure.
I don't believe you. I'm sorry, but sometimes like it's a he said, she said thing. I straight up just I do not believe you.
So we're 13 days out. Will his insiders claiming he admired Hitler and wants to be a dictator?
There it is. She can't say Trump's name, but she can say the name of Adolf Hitler. And her last name is Goldberg. Could you imagine a Goldberg who can say Hitler, but Trump, that's just too far. It's too triggering. Oh, fuck off.
On, be the October surprise that'll make a difference in this election? Or is this, like, what What changed and made you, what line did he cross this time for you that made you come out?
I'll tell you what it was. The Democrats went, hey, John, we really need your help. This guy's probably not going to let the American military start wars all over the world anymore, and you guys probably won't get near as many aid packages to sell your weapons. So could you come out and just say some wild shit about him and invoke Hitler if you could? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I love how the media pulls this trick, too. The View is like, so is this the October surprise that they could be talking about? Well, yeah, if you make it that, you understand you're the ones who introduced this bullshit into the zeitgeist. What? We just asked if it was the October surprise. That makes it the October surprise, dildo.
What do you think?
I mean, I just can't believe that for 4 years people have been warning about this. This is General John Kelly is somebody who was so highly regarded by everyone in Trump's West Wing. He was seen, even by the most loyal Trump advisors, is a steadying force. And the fact that today Trump...
I mean, it's hard for me not to see all of this through a conspiratorial lens nowadays because they've been proven right so many times. Look at the way the media is just propping this guy up so you believe that he said Hitler did some good things. Oh, even the people who love Trump thought he was really good. Oh, this military-industrial complex guy, yeah, he's wonderful. How could you ever doubt that this is true because he's so good and trustworthy?
Trump's defenders are instead choosing to impugn a four-star general to defend a politician.
You're not allowed. That's another thing Democrats love. Democrats love their perfect victims. And fucking Republicans do too. They just pick different victims. Democrats invented the I am woman, hear me roar. And then how could you pick on a woman that way? They invented that one. And now this used to be a Republican move where they would hide behind the flag and they would hide behind generals. Now Democrats are doing it when it's convenient. A four-star general comes out with no fucking proof that this ever happened and just throws it out there to the New York Times. And then you go, well, there's no proof that this actually fucking happened. And the media goes, so you're going to take the side of a politician over a four-star general? No, I'm going to tell you that I don't believe this four-star general remembered this thing from 4 years ago and that he gave this amazing, intrepid speech right in front of Donald Trump about what a bad guy Hitler was. I'm sorry, I don't believe you.
Shows that there's a cravenness and an unwillingness to ever stand up for what's right. But we've never actually been...
Oh, see, so now if you don't believe everything John Kelly says, you just don't stand up for what's right. It couldn't be that you're skeptical and you just like, I don't believe Trump didn't say it. He could have. I'm just saying, I'm not saying it went down the way this John Kelly said it did. And Trump might not have said it. But for you to just push this on people and buy it with no proof, that's what I'm talking about. Journalistic integrity. We have to investigate this laptop. We don't know if it's real or not yet. Blah, 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 blah. Could be Russian disinformation. And then it turns out to be real. Hey, one guy said some shit that Trump said 4 years ago. Oh my God, it's got to be true. And if you don't believe it's true, then you must hate the troops. They're literally, Democrats are 9/11ing people now. Like, remember what Republicans used to do after 9/11? If you don't want to bomb the shit out of innocent Iraqis, you don't support the troops. That's what the media is doing now. You're demeaning a general. Fuck that, dude. I'll demean a general all day long. Not a private, but a fucking general for sure. Generals are the politicians of the army.
In this moment in history before where so many former senior military officials who directly served under Donald Trump and senior officials like myself are warning about his character, his infidelity to the Constitution, how he views our military.
You mean like giving hundreds of billions of dollars of our hard-earned tax money away to a foreign country to wage a proxy war that only pays back the current president of the United States? Oh, I'm sorry. That's the Joe Biden administration. Please show me again the extra constitutional things that Donald Trump did while he's in office. That's the funny thing. These people have 4 years to draw off of, and they can't give us any specifics. They just say the shit. They'll tell stories like one time Trump proposed that we try this, and then we told him that it was unconstitutional, so then he didn't propose it. Okay, so he had an idea. You guys said you're not allowed to do that, and he said okie dokie and didn't do the idea? Wow. You know, kind of like how he tried to refused to give up power and then gave up power on the day he was supposed to? Yeah, that one too. I can't believe that people would take the word of... That's because you guys have fucking lied to us all the time.
And I want to shake people and be like, why are you not believing us? How many more 4-star generals need to tell you the truth about who?
I don't know, because maybe those 4-star generals are fucking compromised because the military took over this country in a fucking coup 60 years ago. Maybe because these people have been behind every evil fucking thing that we've done to every poor fucking brown person since the Cold War ended. Maybe because it's always 4-star generals who get us wrapped up in these fucking bombing campaigns that we can then never leave while Americans fucking suffer and starve and die in the gutter, while people pay 120% more for eggs than they did 4 years ago. But the fucking puppet that we put in charge in Ukraine has multiple palatial estates on our dime. Maybe that's why we don't trust these fucking generals. And by the way, not trusting generals when liberals wanted us to not trust them in Vietnam or Abu Ghraib, that was totally fine. When you guys wanted to stop David Petraeus from running against Barack Obama, so you made up the rumor that he was fucking his biographer, then it was okay to question a 4-star general, a fucking hero. Then it was okay. But because you don't want Trump, would you just fucking admit that you're losing? I would appreciate that so much more. We're losing. We're desperate. We're throwing everything at this. We got less than 2 weeks to go, and we're getting our asses kicked. You're damn right we're going to say wild shit. Instead of a bleeding deacon going, can you believe they're questioning a 4-star general? Fuck a 4-star general. I'll question them all day. I've seen a lot of American freedoms trampled by things that 4-star generals want to do. I've seen America get trapped in a lot of wars, and I've seen America get trapped in a lot of bullshit that has run up our debt and cost us a shitload of money because 4-star generals wanted to do it. So yeah, I'll question them. Because you guys told us, you fuckers told us it was okay when it was Vietnam and when it was the Bush administration. Then we could question generals. When it was David Petraeus threatening Barack Obama's very existence as president, then it was okay to question 4-star generals. Just admit, you're afraid of this guy. You're afraid that he's going to fucking stick it to you, and you want to keep him out of the White House. Ugh.
Who this man is. He is so deeply dangerous. I'm hoping it breaks through, but I'm never going to lose hope.
If you think that you're going to sell me that Donald Trump is more dangerous for this country than the generals who run our military-industrial complex, you can fuck right off with that.
I'm not going.
The guy who never started another war and laid the groundwork for us to get out of Afghanistan. Yeah, I trust that guy more than the person who wants Israel to just continuously fucking wipe out brown babies and the fucking Ukrainians and Russia to be locked in a war that we encouraged so that we could pay back Joe Biden's debts.
But how many more people do you need to hear from? This is a man who he's a Gold Star father. He lost his son in combat after himself serving in combat.
Well, there's a disconnect here because
and that's terrible. But what the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Again, more of this hiding behind victimhood bullshit. Is he a big badass 5-star fucking 4-star general, or you should be sad for him because he lost his child? Don't pick on him.
We try to wonder why Trump admires dictators, and we often kind of prognosticate that it's a strength. He wants someone that has all the power that's in charge. And right now he's pandering that same idea to men, because right now he's hunting the male vote, and he's up
hunting.
On that.
You know the words they use? Loves dictators, hunting men. Everything is clandestine, and everything has a bad connotation when it's Trump.
Right now, but there's something so crazy about that, because the strongest among us are our military. Not just our military, as you said, the 4-star generals. These are career military that literally, if you watched a
wow, where the fuck were you people during Afghanistan and Iraq when you were shitting on the military and shitting on all our wars and shitting on all this stuff when Obama was running for president? I don't believe a word these fucking people say, because it's all just in service of what they want. It's more liberating to just admit you want something. Like, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump. I don't want to. I think he's a buffoon. I think there are 900 better options. I can name 10 of them right now. Guys that I think would be better presidents. Rand Paul, Ron DeSantis, Tim Scott. Fuck, that's only 3. There are a lot of retarded Republicans. Tulsi Gabbard. Josh Hawley. Fuck, can I still say Ron Paul? Uh-oh. John Thune. Kristi Noem. It's getting difficult again, guys. Herschel Walker? I don't know. I shouldn't have said 10. Yeah, I could have said 3. That might have worked. All right, look, the bench isn't very deep. That's why Trump's in there. But you guys lie, you guys fucking manipulate, and then we catch you and we go, well, Trump is the rock through the window. You guys are like, Trump is anarchy. Trump is a rebellion against the... Right, that's why we're voting for him. You guys lied and manipulated us all during COVID. You fucking bullshitted us. You were fucking propaganda merchants, and now you're mad that we want to throw a rock through the window.
You good men. They say unit, core, God. God's third, guys. God, family. Like, these are people that have trained in that obedient way. They're not political. And he not only, they've come out and...
General, did you hear that, guys? Generals are not political. Hey, guys, who was our first president? I forgot. I'm stupid. I forget who the first president. Oh, that's right. General George Washington. Okay, that's interesting. Who was right after Truman was done? What was that guy's name? Who was that guy who was president for like 8 years? He actually warned us about the military-industrial complex. Oh, Dwight D. Eisenhower. Oh, Supreme Allied Commander Dwight David Eisenhower. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Who was that guy who was president? He was fucking hammered all the time. He was always shit-faced. What was, oh, yeah, oh, that's right. Ulysses S. Grant. That's right. Glad generals aren't political. Who was that president that led that volunteer force in the Spanish-American War up San Juan Hill? Charge of the Rough Riders guy? Not DMX. He wasn't president. Who was the Rough Rider? Teddy Roosevelt. That's right. Yeah, military guys. They're not. Thank God they're not political. That would make this country weird.
And spoken about it, he fired.
Who was that NATO Supreme Commander that ran for president in the primaries and got beat by Barack Obama? Oh, General Wesley Clark. Yeah, thank God he wasn't political. That would have been weird and awkward.
Many of them. And when those are the people in the room telling you something is so wrong, Trump is the sign of weakness. He cannot laugh at himself. Anybody that critiques him, he has nothing to say. He never served. He's never done manual labor. I actually never fact-checked that, but that is a man that speaks about people who work in a way that he's absolutely never lifted things with his own hands. He's,
unlike, like the Bush family or the Clinton family who, neck deep in the coal mine, those families. It's fucking pathetic, dude. This is fucking pathetic. And by the way, this is what I'd talk about, too, if I was getting my ass kicked in the polls and losing on the issues. Oh, my God. We need a real man's man in there, Like Tim Walz. Tim Walz needs to be in there. Somebody wrote something about John Kelly. You know who I would believe if someone said that Trump said they were that he liked Hitler? I would believe Jim Kelly, the former quarterback for the Buffalo Bills. That's who that guy wouldn't lie to me. That guy for sure doesn't have an agenda. Jim Kelly would shoot me straight. Redman says General J. Kelly sucks tranny dick. I'm gonna go with a big allegedly on that one. Dead Game says John Kelly, Democrat from day one. Redman says can't be a 4-star general without telling a few lies. Maybe a couple. Why can't Trump sue this cunt for slander or libel? Well, because you're a public figure. It's kind of difficult. You're open for criticism. And how do you prove you didn't say that? You know? How can you prove that you didn't say those things to say? It's a weird gray area. So I don't really I don't everyone's a lawyer until they find out what the rules are. Suing public figures is damn near impossible. If you're a public figure, suing another public figure is fucking impossible. Because the rules are that public figure has to know beforehand that the thing they said isn't true in order for it to be defamatory. It's fucking impossible. Fucking impossible. That's why I don't do it. That, and I think it's gay ops, and I think it's fucking cry bully baby shit. But like if private citizens wanted to do it because of what people have said, I have no problem with that. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, wait, he's never done manual labor before, but she's never fact-checked it. Isn't it amazing that that's like an okay thing to say in the media? Hey, I'm going to say this bullshit to you. That was kind of a quiet part out loud thing. She went, yeah, he's never done manual labor before. I never fact-checked that, but I'm saying it on television. Oh, okay. It's good. Rexstart parody account. Did she miss him making French fries with his hands last week? Dive Bar says Jim Kelly would shoot you straight. Would you be able to catch it because no one else could? The man did have a rocket for an arm. That's true. You know, I would ask Jim Kelly, I would say, if I had to dig a hole, would you take it to the grave? Put some concrete shoes at the bottom of a lake. If I shot him dead, would you shoot me straight? Yeah, shoot me straight. Would you hide my gun? Would you tell no one? Would you pack a never coming back again bag? If the 3x4 was banging at my door, would you stall and let me slip out the back? Girl, if you wanted to, could you get to run into that never-ending honeymoon Mexico sun? 'Cause you know I adore you. No shit, I'd kill a man for you. And if I did, would you hide my gun? Anybody? Anybody want to guess? Want to guess who that is? You want to guess who wrote that poetic tome? S Jockey says fag. Now that's a critique. I understand that. Dead Game says you almost made it an hour without the gay shit, but no. Oh, it is 9:55 and I haven't been gay yet this hour. But nobody guessed it. I asked if anybody wanted to guess and nobody could guess. Lab Glass says no one can shoot Aaron straight. No, it was not Dennis Quaid. Mr. Beat says so gay. It was it's Post Malone's song featuring Hardy. It's called Hide My Gun. Very good. Very good. Thank you guys very much. I thought this was funny. This is just a short little quick hitter. Then we'll get to, then we'll get to Eminem introducing Barack Obama. Gay. There's a reporter for Politico who recently was celebrating California's criminal justice reform, saying, all these Republicans, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. California's like the greatest place on earth. It's so awesome. Their criminal justice reform is, bringing them back to prosperity. Well, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, the 22nd? 2 days ago, Carla Marinucci, who's the one who said, cascade of criminal justice laws lock California's turn towards reform. So Carla Marinucci is all in with California turning towards reform. That was 3 years ago. Would you guys like to see what Carla was talking about 2 days ago? Remember, cascade of criminal justice laws lock in California's turn towards reform. 2 days ago, Carla Marinucci. For the second time here in Oakland, thieves have drilled a hole in my husband's truck parked in the driveway and drained the gas from the tank. Can someone explain, is this an Oakland thing? a California thing. Is there anything you can do to prevent it? What the fuck? Nothing like getting bit in the ass with your own words, huh? California, I tell you, just a whiz-bang of a criminal justice reform system. There's nobody better than California. Hey, what the fuck are you doing to my gas tank? God damn. Like, having gas stolen out of your tank at the grocery store is fucking bad. But your own driveway? Dude, your city is fucked, bro. Your city is fucked. And you celebrate it. It's just, I want to taste it, you know? I honestly want to taste the irony. I want you to be able to bottle that so I can drink it. I love it. Yeah, Dud Game says to put in their quads. Yeah, for sure. Those donuts ain't going to do themselves. It's just why you would stick up for California, knowing that it's going to bite you in the ass almost immediately. I mean, the fact that this one took 3 years, that's kind of a record. Let's go to the M&M thing. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire up something for you guys real quick, and I'm going to pee because I'm twitching over here. I'll play some shit. Here's what I'll play. Here. How about me? I'll play this for you guys. And then I'll pee real quick. And then I'll come back and we'll do overtime. Thank you guys so much for knocking out our goal today and going way over for Monday. You guys are, holy shit, $35 ahead for Monday. Thank you very much for that. I'll go pee. We'll start overtime. We'll watch Eminem introduce Obama. It'll be a great time. Enjoy the Vikings are playing. Wait a minute. No. We're not playing this. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? This is what I want. Here you go. Tutu Atwell. University of Indiana. I'm looking that up. Where did Tutu Atwell? Fuck, Louisville. God damn it. How did I fuck that up? I thought he went to Indiana. Both red. Oh, how many Vikings fans agree with me on this? I can't fucking wait to play Detroit again. I want another crack at those guys. I mean, TJ Hawkinson coming back, Blake Cashman, Dalton Reisner. The only problem is, man, fucking Goff against the blitz is a killer, man. Because what happens is we bring that pressure. Their offensive line is really, really good. If you don't get to him right away with that pressure, he sits back there, man, and he picks you apart. They got St. Brown. They got Roger. Is it Jamison Rogers? They got weapons on that team. 80-plus yards in 5 straight games, but he's fucking pissed, man. He said to the media this week, he's like, enough of these goddamn 80-yard games. I'm going off for 150 this week. So he wants to have a big week. Jordan Addison has been kind of silent the last couple games. That's got me a little nervous. But I don't know. I'm of two minds about this game because, like, on one hand, it's the Rams. They're old. They're falling apart. I think we've got this one tonight. They're 2-4. On paper, this is a win for us. And this is our first shitty team we've played since the Giants in week 1. Everyone else that we've played this year, I believe, is 500 or better. Let me go standings. So we've played the Texans. They're 5-2, and we fucking annihilated them. The Giants are 2-5. Oh, the 49ers are 3-4. Okay, I'm sorry. And the Packers are 5-2. So we've beaten 2 5-2 teams, a 3-4 team. That's San Francisco, though. A 2-5 team. And who was the other one against? Oh, the Jets. The Jets are under 500. Well, suck my dick. They're 2-5. So this is the first, but the Jets were 500 when we played them. I think they were 2-2. So This is the first sub 500 team we've played all year, actually, because the Giants were 0-0 when we played them. So this has all the makings of a win for us, but I'm nervous because it also has all the makings of a trap game. You know what I mean? You just came off a loss to Detroit. You're looking to kick the shit out of somebody, but it's a short week and you're on the road against the Rams. Cooper Kupp is coming back, so maybe they aren't as bad as that 2-5, 2-4 record. I've got the heebie-jeebies about this one. I still think we're going to win. I think we're going to win big. I think Darnold will he'll have a big comeback game. I'm going to go 27-16. 27-16 Vikings. I think the defense will do well. Stafford doesn't do well against the blitz, and he's a statue back there. He's an old man. Did you hear that trade rumor that somebody pitched a trade rumor of Sam Darnold for Matthew Stafford? I looked into the contracts on that. No fucking way. Because I want J.J. McCarthy taking over next year. If Sam Darnold can do this with this team, what the fuck can one of the hottest young quarterbacks in the league do? And, you look at the way Caleb Williams has been coming along, the way Jaden Daniels has been playing. I think J.J. McCarthy can step in right away next year and be a stud. So I don't need to be trading for a quarterback that's got like $90 million left on his deal, and we're going to have to get creative with, how we make that work. No, thank you. So Vikings at Rams. Packers at I think we're going to win that. 27-16 Vikings. Packers at Jags on Sunday at noon. I think the Packers will win that one 30-20. Cardinals at Dolphins. The Dolphins have been hanging in there without Tua. What are they? Oh, no, they haven't. They're 2-4. They're in, I saw that they were in second place. Oh, they're only in. So wait, they've won one game since Tua's been out. Oh, so they're fucked up. But Arizona's not any good either. They're fun to watch. Like Arizona with Kyler Murray, that's a fun team to watch, but they don't win a lot. They're 3-4. I'm still going to say Dolphins get it done at home against the Cards. And I'm going to say 20-14. Jets at Patriots. Fuck, that's a terrible game. I think Aaron Rodgers will get it done with his old buddy, Devontae Adams. The Jets had to go out. The Jets have had a fucking rough schedule this year, haven't they? Oh, yeah. Steelers, Bills, Vikings, Broncos. They beat the Patriots 24-3 in week 3, so they should be fine. 49ers, yeah. Jets need that win bad. Jets need that win badly, dude. Then what do we? I think they're going to beat the Patriots, and I think they'll probably beat them 30-13. Ravens at Browns. That'll be a bloodletting. The Ravens are red hot right now. Let's go Ravens 38, Browns 10. Eagles at Bengals. That's going to be oddly close. I'm going to say the Bengals are going to pull off the upset on that one. So thorough, Joe Burrow. I think he'll get the W. 27-24 over the Eagles. Colts at Texans. That's actually shaping up to be a pretty good game. I want the Texans to beat up on the Colts for us a little bit. Let's call it 24-20. Texans over the Colts. Titans at Lions. The Lions are going to win that one 31-17. Falcons at Buccaneers. That's going to be a good one. Kirk versus Baker. I like Kirk at that one to win on the road. They're going to bounce back from that loss they had last week. Don't make me pick a score because I'm going to end up picking all the same scores. 30-28, Falcons over the Bucs. It'll be close. Saints at Chargers. I like the Chargers in that one. I like them to win a defensive battle, 21-17. Bills at Seahawks. I like the Bills to beat the Seahawks, and I like them to win 28-20. Bears at Commanders. Jaden Daniels playing. Jaden Daniels injury. To miss Wednesday's practice, misses practice, continuing a week of uncertainty. First injury report appearance for Commanders. What do we know? Okay, so we don't know. If Jaden Daniels plays, I think the Commanders are going to win in a shootout. I think it'll be 38-35. Commanders beat the Bears. No defense in that one. Chiefs at Raiders. I like Mahomes to go into Vegas and get the W, and let's call it 27-13. Panthers at Broncos. Broncos win big. Let's call it 31-10. Cowboys at 49ers. I like the Niners to come back big on Sunday night. And I like it to be a little bit of a defensive struggle. Let's go 2017 49ers. Giants at Steelers. Steelers lead them for breakfast. We're going to call it 34-17. The Steelers will double up the Giants. There you go, guys. Bet it. Bet it, mail it, ship it. Trucker 18-wheeler. Hold on. We got a couple here. Trucker 18-wheeler says, how many Vikings fans can be pissed if the Lions get to the Super Bowl? It's a really good Lions team, man, but without Aiden Hutchinson, I don't think they're going to make it. I think it's Mahomes' Super Bowl to lose, and I think if we get another crack at the Lions, we can beat them. I'm going to say, honestly, but, here's the thing. If it's not the Lions, it's got to be us, right? Like, there's no teams out there that are good enough to take it from either of us. Maybe the Packers. I'm going to say the NFC champions coming out of the North. And it could be either one of them. The Bears are playing well, too. It could be the Lions, the Vikings, the Packers, or the Bears. I'm going to say, the Ravens could beat the Lions, too. The Ravens could end up winning the Super Bowl this year. Vidam with $5 says, did you see cameras caught Baker Mayfield popping nicotine pouch on the sidelines? He might get a punishment of some kind? Can't do nicotine in the NFL, or you can't get caught on camera using nicotine products? Tell him it was steroids. You'll be fine. 383 Novocaine says, Aaron, it's the Vikings. They lose to teams they should beat. We lose by 9. I'm not dude, that's the old Vikings culture. That's Zimmer culture. That's Cousins culture. This is KOC and Kwesi and Sam Darnold culture. We're going to win this one by 2 scores. And if I say that long enough, I'm going to start to believe it. All right, let's go to this Eminem thing. Eminem's politics are annoying because he's one of those guys, one of those celebrities who got into politics, and you're like, he doesn't know shit. Eminem is definitely one of those guys that watches the media, watches news channels and then just goes with that. And there's a lot of things that I wish would just go away about Eminem, mostly the last 15 years of his career. I wish would just disappear. But Eminem was at a campaign event for Barack Obama and Kamala Harris. And apparently he did the intro for him. And I really, there's part of me that doesn't want to watch this. But I will. Let's check it out. Eminem, Obama. Where's the, what the fuck? We just have Obama rapping? We don't have Eminem bringing him out? Suck my ass. I do want to see Barack Obama rap, though. The whitest black guy ever rapping.
I gotta say, I have done a lot of rallies, so I don't.
Oh, that's right. He's got black guy voice on because he's in Detroit. That's right. If he was in Massachusetts, he'd go, let me be clear. So we need to fight for this country. But he's like, hey, yo, dog, you don't even know, we in the D. Detroit, what?
Don't usually get nervous.
Nervous.
But I was feeling some kind of way following Eminem.
Yeah, he puts on Baptist preacher speak when he's in front of black people. It's really fucking weird. This is why we can't let white women raise kids alone. They do this to them. It's fucking weird, man. Makes everybody uncomfortable. White women, find a man.
Now notice my palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy.
Oh, What the fuck? Dude, you went to an Ivy League school. You don't say alms. Stop it. You enunciate remarkably more than anyone else I know. Knees weak, arms is sweaty, dog. I ain't got nowhere else to go. I ain't been a long ways tired. Just do that shit. Do that now.
Arms are heavy. Vomit on my sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. I'm nervous, but on the surface I look calm and ready to drop bombs.
Ew.
I keep on forgetting.
He looks like a mom. Really doesn't take much to get people, like when it comes to rapping, it doesn't take much to get people to just cheer at one of these things, does it? All right, that's it. Next rally, Trump's got to do YG. Oh. I must have worn my headphones fucked up today. My earlobes are sore. God damn it. I'm injured. Fuck that.
Dun, 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 dun. I thought Eminem was going to be performing. I was going to jump out. Love me some Eminem.
You should have said, love me some Eminem. The way you're speaking at the moment. Elon Musk calls Eminem yet another Diddy party participant after M introduced Barack Obama at a rally for Kamala. Whoa! Shots fired. I don't think Eminem was at Diddy parties because isn't Eminem like historically antisocial? Like he just looks like a scared, nervous Nelly. Here we go. Finally, we've got Eminem fucking on stage talking shit.
Detroit. What up, though? So look,
Your age? You're 50?
wrote down a few things I wanted to say. I love you too. Thank you. I'm here tonight for a couple of important reasons.
One, to remind you I'm still here.
As most of you know, the city of Detroit and the whole state of Michigan mean a lot to me.
To me, there's nothing gayer than a rapper having politics. You know, like I don't like when you see a rapper who's rapped about like badass shit going like, I proudly support this Democratic or Republican candidate. Fuck that. Get out of there. That's for your ex Mariah Carey to do.
And going into this election, the spotlight is on us more than ever, and I think it's important to use your voice. So I'm encouraging everybody to get out and vote, please.
I'm not. I want to make it clear again. If you don't care about voting, fucking don't. Hey, do me a favor. Do you know 4 Supreme Court justices? Stay home. It's not important. Don't even worry about it. You don't even need to know when the election is. I feel like if we went only people who know 4 or more Supreme Court justices, I feel like Trump would win. I feel like there's a lot of Kamala Harris voters who don't even know what the Supreme Court does. Not that there aren't a lot of hillbilly fucking Trump voters who don't know. Absolutely there are. I just feel like if everybody had to pass that test, name 4 Supreme Court justices, or you can't vote, I believe Trump would probably win in a walk. And by the way, before you talk shit, Elena Kagan, Sonia Sotomayor, Neil Gorsuch, like in John Roberts, that's 4. Could have kept going. Ketanji Brown Jackson, rapey guy, Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito. You're welcome.
I also think that people shouldn't be afraid to express their opinions. And I don't think anyone wants an America where people are worried about retribution or what people will do if you make your opinion known.
Yeah, like, God forbid you run for a second term for president and you don't get it and they spend the next 4 years trying to put you in prison. You'd never want to vote for those shitbags.
I think Vice President Harris supports a future for this country where these freedoms and many others will be protected and upheld.
Except the gun one. If you want the gun one, you might, that one's probably not going to work out. The rest of them, it depends on what side you fall on. The freedom of speech one, I mean, Democrats are really all for freedom of speech unless you want to use it. Then they're not so big on it. They like it. They like you looking at the idea of freedom of speech, and really that's leftism in general. They want you to be able to look at freedom. But when you actually want to use it, we're not. Where are you going with that freedom, son? I'm not so sure. Like freedom of speech, like, yeah, we dig that. Freedom of speech rules. Great. I want to call someone the gay F word on the internet. Well, we're going to say that's hate speech and you can't legally do that. Well, but that's hate speech is the only reason you have free speech. Like, you don't need free speech for love speech. Hey, I really like that politician. I think they're great. Get in fucking jail. That is not okay. Hey, I think that guy's a real piece of shit. Oh, so now you're an insurrectionist, huh?
And here to tell you much more about that, President Barack Obama.
Oh, you mean the guy who every time Joe Biden was campaigning, this guy wouldn't go near him with a 10-foot pole? That Barack Obama? Cool. It's interesting to see who runs the party. You know how badass it would have been if they would have played an Ice Cube song? That would have been nice. All right, real talk. Steel Toe audience members who come from Michigan. And it doesn't have to just be people who come from Michigan. But do you think who would get a bigger ovation? Would it be Eminem or Barry Sanders? Who gets a bigger ovation in Detroit? Because I want to say Barry Sanders gets a bigger ovation than Eminem, but I could be wrong. Eminem, Barry Sanders, chat, go. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, look, but don't touch. Touch, but don't taste. Autoglass Guy, thank you for becoming a steel toe, bro. All right, Barry Sanders or Eminem. Let's do, I have an idea. Let's put up a poll for the last 5 minutes of the show. Start a poll. Bigger ovation in Detroit. Barry Sanders, Eminem. It's a poll in the YouTube chat. Let's have a little fun. Rusty Grammar says Kid Rock. Come on. Rusty Grammar said Ice Cube is MAGA. I think Ice Cube's kind of based, but I don't know if he's particularly a Trump guy, is he? Atomic Ray says Barry Sanders would get the bigger nod. 383 Novocaine says, I kept getting voting ads on Facebook. I reported them for harassment. I like that. Barry, Eminem is trash, has been the last 10 years. I would say 15, but, you know, up to you guys. All right, the votes are coming in. 62% of people say that Barry Sanders would get a bigger ovation. Oh, now it's at 50-50. People are starting to get after it. Citizen M, thank you for becoming a Baby Boot member over here on Steel Toe. By the way, hit subscribe, hit like today. We appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for knocking out all of our goals this week. You guys are the best. Theo Vaughn had J.D. Vance on his podcast. Very good interview. I'm still trying to listen to Luke Bryan on Joe Rogan. That's the problem with podcasts, man. Unless I watch shit live, I got to watch stuff in clips. It's really hard. We got 53% say, oh, now it's back to 50-50. Now Barry Sanders is ahead. So this one's pretty well split. Eminem or Barry Sanders. This is a YouTube poll over in the YouTube chat before you guys take off today. Right now, Barry Sanders has the lead. They think he'd get a bigger ovation in Detroit. You know who I think would get a bigger ovation than both of them, like today? Not maybe all time, but today? Jared Goff. Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown would both get a bigger ovation than either of them. Looks like, oh, God, 62% now saying Barry Sanders. Bigger ovation in Detroit. I hope so. He deserves it because he kind of got the shaft in Detroit. They never put a good team around him. And they just made him like kill himself just to get to fucking 1,500 yards or whatever he would do. This was a guy who was like 2 seasons away from breaking the all-time rushing record, and he's like, fuck it, I don't want it. I'm hurt. He was like 27 years old, 28 years old. All right, 65% to 35%. Why You Mad says, did you hear about Nick getting the Clippers taken down for cyber harassment yesterday? Yes, I did. I thought if that was him, I thought that was a real bitch move. Because he came in and egged Chad on first, and then Chad just fucking buried him. He started that shit. And he started it trying to recruit Chad into his anti-Aaron army, which I think is petty and hilarious and very ex-girlfriend-ish. But then Chad, who doesn't like me at all, and Chad and I don't get along, but he just fucking buried him because he's his own guy. And then to go ahead and then pull that cry bully shit, if he really did that, I don't know if he did, but if he fucking reported all that stuff and got those clips taken down, that's some real cry bully bullshit. And it shows a mental instability, which is really sad. You shouldn't be on the internet anyway. You got a whole life you got to put back together. You shouldn't be fucking around with Chad Zumock and like ripping on some trans lady on fucking Twitter at 5 a.m. It's kind of doesn't show a lot of growth, to be honest. Some would call it a backward step. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here for today. Thank you very much. All right, let's end this poll. What is it at? 62-38. They say Barry Sanders would get a bigger ovation in Detroit than Eminem. All right. Well, guys, thank you very much. MSO says no goal, no goal. Sorry, I lost it for a minute. What? The goal? Nailed it a long time ago. We had a perfect week, guys. Thank you very much. Things are looking up for the old toe, and it's all because of you guys and your generosity. Thank you again to Maddie B for the 250 today. Thanks for dropping that in. Take it easy, everybody. Skol Vikings. Let's get that W tonight. Thank you guys very much for another great week. We'll do Rumble Friday tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Take it easy until then. Have a great rest of your day.